thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
great matchup here today. I am your caster Shadow Dweller with my co-caster Potato Jesus, and today we bring you a very important match for playoffs. Both of these teams have an opportunity to, well, one will extend their playoff lives and hopes, and the other could be eliminated. If Observant Force win, you're in. That's the simplest path to it. Win and you're in. Um, for Karmadillos, for Karmadillos, if you win, here are the scenarios. If Karmadillos win 2-0, Observant Force are out. They cannot qualify for playoffs. If you're Observant Force, that is the worst case scenario. But if you're Karmadillos, if you win 2-0, the job's not finished. If they win their last series as well, then they're in. If they lose the last series after taking a 2-0 win, Lobster Spicy are in. This is the only way Lobster Spicy can qualify. They are praying on their shooting stars for a 2-0 here today for the side of Karmadillos. If you're Karmadillos, in any situation, win your next two series, you're in. But if they win this series against Observant Force Jr. 2-1, it is a similar situation to 2-0. But if they lose the last game, then Observant Force Jr. are in. So Observant Force Jr., if you lose 2-1, your playoff hopes are still alive. If it goes to game 3, Lobster Spicy, you're sitting on the couch. Enjoy the show. If you're Karmadillos, you gotta win 2-0. Observant Force, your fate is in your hands here. If you win at all, it's over. You're in. Lobster Spicy and Karmadillos are going home. I know the locks are a little bit confusing. That is for their placements. Dynamo New Dawn is officially out of playoff contention. It is between Observant Force Jr., Lobster Spicy, and Karmadillos. Now let's get into the draft. I believe it has already started, but this is everything for these teams here today, as we'll put the draft up on screen in a second for you guys. I have seen promise out of both teams here, so I am very curious to see what's going to happen. The last time I casted Karmadillos, they went toe-to-toe with ROSWILD Green, and that went to a game 3. So if you're a fan of Karmadillos, there's definitely been some upsides this season, even though you're sitting at that one win threshold right now. Surprisingly, it's not over. They haven't heard a bell yet, but Lobster Spicy, your fate is completely out of your hands. And for Observant Force Jr., your fate is in your hands, as long as you do not lose this series. Potato, what are you excited for? Who do you think is going to win this series?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not enough in this league, but there is a big rank difference for some of the players, so we will see how that plays out.
Yeah, a big rank difference indeed. Just going over some of the ranks here. Karmadillos, their top laner, Reapery, is Plat 1. Big Man PJ is Gold 4 / Plat 4. Machine Herald is Diamond 3. Good Content is Plat 4. And ADHD Nerway is Emerald 4. But looking at the side of Observant Force Jr., their top laner, Sigma Folius, is Gold 2. Their jungler, Volibear / Blazer, is Gold 2 to Plat 2. For Playmaker, you're Emerald 4 to Emerald 1. If you're Severus, you are Emerald 4. And for Fika / Icarus, it's Gold 4 to Plat 2. And so, obviously, something to keep an eye on is that there are some rank differences, especially in some of the more important positions. But we should have the draft getting underway shortly. But it's going to be really interesting to see what they want to pull out here. Do you try to pull out what you're comfortable with, what you know, what you've played all season? Or do you think they're expecting that and they have a counter pick ready? And maybe you try to switch it up, go with something in the bag of tricks and pull out a champion you really haven't played much. Maybe you've been grinding it in solo queue. Maybe you've been saving it all season. Maybe it's an old main pick. We don't know, but I'm curious, do you pull something out to throw the other team off? Because these teams, they know each other. Both of these teams have been fighting all season. You probably know what to expect from some of these players. We casters know about what to expect. And so, Potato, if you are the players in this situation, are you going towards your most comfortable but maybe more obvious pick? Or are you going into that bag of tricks?
Well, it's kind of it's not really a clear cut. It's depending a lot of situations. When you're on a lower level of play, then comfort is very important. But it also can throw off some people when you're picking stuff that is not a traditional pick or not really your main play. So if someone never played against a champion, it can be a big throw off.
Yeah, it can definitely be a big throw off. And so you just gotta wonder, does someone feel comfortable enough on a champion to pull it out? Maybe you've been, as I said, maybe you've been grinding something in solo queue. Maybe you've been practicing something on an alt account and putting it into custom games. You never know what these players are doing behind the scenes to prepare for this. But I expect both teams to come into this very well prepared, because this game right here will decide the playoff picture. Again, if you're Lobster Spicy, you're waiting in the wings and praying. You cannot control your own fate for this. And we see the bans come in. Potato, does anything stand out to you about these bans? Or is it maybe, hey, we don't like playing against these champions?
Well, right now it's just, hey, we don't like playing against these champions. There is no real theme that they are banning, like, consistently.
Yeah, that's fair. But first pick coming in is the Jarvan. And it's going to be a Wukong answer, two of the stronger junglers in the game. And so it's going to be interesting to see two champions that have different jungle styles. Jarvan preferring to gank earlier, while Wukong just wants to farm to level 6. So it's going to be interesting to see how teams approach this, as Observant Force Jr. maybe not expecting much gank help. But Karmadillos, you expect that Jarvan to gank early. Potato, what would you like to see round out these team comps?
Well, right now there is a lot of things open. Right now we see with the Wukong and Cassiopeia that they are probably going to... so right now they are going with a little bit more team fights and slow and front-to-back team comp, with just playing the fights in long terms. But things can still change a little bit. You can use Cassiopeia as a defensive as a defensive tool as well with her miasma.
Going to be interesting to see the Cassiopeia come out. And Wukong and Cassiopeia have been something that have been combined in pro play, but we see the Orianna and the Yanara coming out, two just really good picks, but maybe not as much mobility on these carries. Is that something you expect Observant Force to kind of draft to take advantage of, Potato?
Well, it still depends if they can punish some of their decisions. Right now they are going with just a heavy team fighting and playing the long game with Jinx and Cassiopeia. But for right now, they struggle a little bit with the engage because yes, you have the Wukong, but Jinx and Cassiopeia are a little bit slow to follow up. So we will see how they can manage to either fix this problem or if they're going a different route. Because right now they have a little bit of a problem against the Orianna, but with Yunara and Jarvan, the enemy team wants to go into them as well. So right now with the Lulu pickup, they are definitely going for the long fights. They are just playing the fight slow and steady, and they are just basically a giant moving tank, moving forward slow and with steady pace. So, and if you misstep and go too close, they will murder you instantly.
That's a Yumi lock-in. Oh my. Potato, what do you make of these supports? Obviously, neither team wanting to go with the engaged support. Do you like that choice for these team comps?
I think Yumi is a very good tool for Jarvan because you can give him a little bit of tankiness when he goes in and with her ultimate. And they are clearly playing for the wombo combo with Jarvan, Ornn, and Orianna. So this gives Jarvan a lot of time to survive in the middle of those champions that they picked, but it's very, very difficult because they do have a lot of DPS on the other side. So with Ambassa picked up as well, Yunara can actually be hit on and Orianna can actually be hit on, and there is no real protection for her, for them on the blue side. But we will see how they can manage that. Right now, I would favor the red team more.
Fair enough. I think that I favor the red side too. I think the Jarvan and the Ornn want to go in, and then you have some tools to kind of stop them in their tracks with the Cyclone and the Miasma. And then also an Ambassa into an Ornn, an interesting matchup. And Ambassa just always a strong champion. But what I'm looking at is there's not... I feel like for this blue side, you know what you want to do, but you may struggle a little bit to do it. But the ball and the Yumi on the Jarvan going into a Cataclysm could be so massive, especially if you can find the Jinx or the Cassiopeia. What do you expect for this early game, Potato?
Well, looking at the lane stages, Ambassa is winning the top lane very, very hard. It's gonna be very, very difficult for Ornn to survive without any attention from Jarvan, because they can, if played correctly, even dive him in the early stages. Because they do have on level like 4 or 5 a lot of damage with Ambassa and Wukong, especially with the armor penetration. In mid lane, it should be a clear win for Orianna, because Cassia is way too close ranged. She can't really win the early stages, but she has a good survivability after her first or second recall. Then the lane should not really be a problem. And when it comes to bot lane, I think that it should be favoring slightly for Yunara and Yumi, even though Yumi is not the greatest of early champions. But Jinx and Lulu, they take a little bit, so it takes a while for them to take over. But there should be no kills in bot lane if played correctly.
Okay. Now, obviously, you know the drill. Our fans at home, we gotta wait 3 minutes for the spectator delay. But I'm really excited to see what happens in this matchup. If you're the Jarvan, you kind of mentioned, so is your expectation for him to go top lane a lot?
Well, it's not really that you should go top lane a lot. I think your biggest, you should take most attention into mid lane and securing your bot lane. But you should always try to mirror the Wukong's jungling. So, as Jarvan, it's not your duty to be proactive. It's your duty is to be reactive in the early stages of jungle. When it comes to like first item buys, you gonna be the active person in the fights. So you are the one that starts the fights with the Ornhorn.
If there's one target for each side, which of the carries do you expect each team to really go hard in on? Like, do you think the Orianna is the main target here for the side of Karmadillos?
No, it should probably actually be Yunara in this game, because yes, you have the burst from Orianna with the full combo, but when Yunara is out of the fight, because of the high mobility of some of their champions and with the Lulu shielding, it's actually very difficult for Orianna to pilot the fights alone. For on the other side, you have to target actually both. You have to target Cassiopeia and Jinx, because both of their champions are a very big threat to your champions. And when you are when Jinx get excited, it's gonna be very, very difficult because you will be burned down.
Yeah, obviously a bit of the mobility is going to be scary, as Orianna and Yunara are not mobile carries, and Jinx can get mobility. And one of the few ADCs with a root or with the CC. And so I'm very curious to see how this plays out for both sides. And as you mentioned, like, the Orianna is going to win early against the Cassiopeia. And do you expect maybe an early gank to help stop Orianna going ahead that much?
Well, if played correctly, there is not really a gank setup for Wukong and Cassiopeia. It's very, very difficult when Orianna plays face rush. She is so quickly using her face rush with just the quick spell rotation of her Q, W, and E that you can't really get on top of her unless she is mispositioning a lot. So as Wukong, you just, like I said, as Wukong, you try to find top lane ganks if Jarvan is off timing to get the Embasa rolling, because if Embasa starts to roll, this Yunara and Orianna are in danger, like in big, big danger.
Yeah, and now we will start to get into this game. We know all the changes coming in 2026, but I clicked the wrong button for a second. My apologies. But we know all the changes coming in 2026. Potato, what changes are you excited for with the 2026 updates?
I didn't read much into the changes yet because they're not. Because there are changes that are. Some of them sound very interesting, like top lane going to level 20, and that Atakan is removed, and the Baron is back to 20 minutes spawn. So you have a slight difference in how the matchups are laid out now again. So I think most exciting will be that top lane is level 20 and how that impacts the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I obviously, for those that haven't seen the updates, top lane going up to level 20. ADC gets 6 items. Their boots are being moved to an extra slot. And so ADCs will now be able to build 6 items. Some people have some concerns about 6 item ADC mages, but going to be interesting to see how that plays out. For mid lane, you get free tier 3 boots. And for the jungle, your jungle pet does less damage. Jungle didn't get as many good changes as we see some early changes, or early trades being put on. Going to have to be careful in that mid lane. You do not want to go down early as the Orianna, especially when you should be winning your lane. It's going to be important that a Machine Herald wins his lane. But now we may actually see a level 3 gank coming out from the Jarvan, and he misses the flag and drag. He misses the flag and drag, and now he's going to be in trouble. He has to flash out of there. PJ completely whiffing on it, and the plan goes awry. And that is not how you want to start off.
This is actually very, very bad because you're delaying the clear of Jarvan very, very hard. And
yeah, and now they're making an invade.
He's still winning the lane.
Now Peach is going to understand that Volibear is here, but now he may be in a little bit of danger. And he's just going to delay him though. PJ and not able to do much, but now Volibear has to walk out and be a little disappointed with his invade attempt, not knowing that there was a ward in that brush, as now we see Cesar almost go down in the top lane.
Well, I think the invade is actually a mistake because your Cassiopeia doesn't have mana. Even though she has the push and Orianna can't move, you should just favor your jungle speed and go for double grab.
Fair enough. I agree with that. Is now they're gonna look to collapse onto PJ, but it's a Jarvan. He can just go over the wall. As we see some early warding coming out. That's something I always love to see from this lower mid-rank range, is warding, because it's oh so important. And in some of these games that we've seen this season, sometimes warding can be a bit neglected, as Nazar is going to be low in this top lane. He's definitely got to be careful. He wants to stick around for the wave, but Reapery may be able to punish him for it, as we see this bot side kind of playing out how we sort of expected. But now the dragon is spawning, and you mentioned the delayed clears now, as big man PJ is going to look into the top lane, and does he find an angle? No, he won't. But Potato, who do you expect to make the first move for the dragon?
Well, it should have been for blue team, but the problem is that mid lane is actually losing very, very hard, which shouldn't be the case. So there have to be some big misplays there in the laning phase. So right now, with how mid lane is being played out, I don't think they actually can go for the early dragons, and they probably will not getting good intentions on the dragon, so I don't think anyone is really going for that easily.
Yeah, now there's going to be a little bit of a fight over the chickens, but the smite comes in, and now Playmaker's going to make them back out with the... And now he's actually going to go in under the turret, but he's going to be knocked up by the flag and drag, and the Orianna shockwave will be massive! And that is the first kill. Playmaker tried to live up to his name, but he definitely didn't there. He might have forgotten that the flag and drag was still available, and a bit of a disconnect comes in, but now Good Content's going to be in a little bit of trouble, as Volibear is going to be coming from the backside, but he doesn't have the Cyclone, and he will get the flash out, and the clone will eat the W, and they will barely get away with that one.
Very, very big mistakes. You already got the objective. Either there is no reason to push further. You already got the objective, so you're a camp up for Wukong. You should always try to go for the next for the clear after that.
Yeah, just a massive mistake. And hold on, we do have a pause coming in, as maybe some Wi-Fi issues coming in from the game. We will get back to you guys about that in a second when we find out a little bit more. But we saw that Playmaker actually disconnected right after dying, and he disconnected for a second, and he actually disconnected again. So maybe it was a little bit of Wi-Fi issues coming in that caused that. We have to wait and find out and see what's going to happen in regards to that. But definitely not how you want the early game to go, especially when you actually started up on the Cassiopeia.
Well, it's the first kill is not that big of a deal. Yes, you lose a lot of in mid lane. You lose a full minion wave to the tower, worth of XP, which is a big deal, and you give Orianna a gold lead, but ultimately you are very fine with the game going slow, and just one kill doesn't change that much.
Okay, we're going to get back into the game here. It seems that Playmaker is having some internet errors, and it's happening again. Gonna have to see how that plays out. The game will be paused again, and maybe that's what led to that maybe questionable error. It definitely didn't look like a Wi-Fi issue, but you never know.
Well, you saw
As
her using the spells instead of clicking forward, so
yes, but it could have shown something different on their screen, like the Orianna being closer or the Jarvan backing away more. We never know truly what the players saw. Only they know what they truly saw. But looking at the levels right now, Machine Herald up a level on Playmaker. That shouldn't be for too long. But everyone else relatively around the same level, except for the Yumi, of course. Um, or no, that is a 5. I'm seeing things. Maybe this is what League of Legends does to you guys. People always say it's really bad for you. Maybe it makes you delusional.
one thing I want
But
to point out while the pause is going, Yunara went for the call, which is very, very good because both should know that there is not really much happening in the lanes. So just trying to get to the next items quicker is a very, very good thing.
yeah, definitely good itemization coming out. We also see the Dark Seal coming out from Machine Herald. Now, he did not have it for his kill. And so it's on 0 stacks right now as Playmaker opting for the mana tier. So something to keep an eye on, as we see that Czar can't really walk up into this, just has to watch the minions go down. And now in that bot lane, good content should have a good wave here. Now, if you're good content down here, do you want to just push the wave in, or are you looking to more maybe freeze the wave?
Well, the wave was cleared by the tower, so it's slowly pushing to the Jinx and Lulu anyways. But you should make it slow because you see in the bottom of your screen already that the wave can't crash because it's there. They have too slow of a wave clear, so now it's a little bit risky to go for the next wave because you can have Wukong skip a camp and be there for the gank, but unfortunately Wukong is doing his camp and he is just clearing, and you're safe to do so, I guess.
Yeah, we know that Volibear is willing to skip a camp, as we now see the Void Grubs are up there is no vision for this Observant Force side on these grubs, but Volibear is down in the bottom, so it may be a handshake of the objectives. But no one looking to stop PJ, but now Reaper dropping low. Definitely got to be careful as he's actually going to call the Horn in the top side, and he's going to go in, but the public execution is going to land onto him, and he's going to have to flash out of there, but now he's looking to walk away, but this Cesar goes under the turn and flashes away, and he will walk away with the kill. And over in the mid lane, Volibear burning the Cyclone to no avail. Well, it actually does get the flash out of Machine Herald, and the Grubs will go down. But this will be the first Drake over unless Volibear wants to go to the bottom. But no, he's just going to go for the Drake. A great solo kill in the top side. Both top laners burning their ultimates and their flashes. As good content's actually going to look to go in onto SC4 is actually going to drop.
Why did he bury him?
Will pick up the kill. He didn't use the barrier. He thought that he was out of range of the Yuumi Q, I believe it is. But now PJ actually gonna take a look into this Dragon Pit. We know the flag offers just a tiny bit of vision, and he's actually gonna elect to go in. But now he's actually gonna steal the Drake away, and is gonna go into a 1v1. But PJ has the level, but he's just gonna elect to flash over the wall. He didn't want to engage. I feel like maybe that is when you should. But now Playmaker's gonna be in trouble at the Cataclysm. The Miasma missed, and the Cataclysm came down, and PJ will pick up a kill. And now that is the feats of strength over to the feats of warfare. I always mix up the names, but which feat is it for the 3 kills?
Feats of warfare.
Feats of warfare, thank you. Feats of warfare going over to this side of Karmadillos. Again, they are fighting for their lives. The last time I casted them a few weeks ago, they did not have Reaper, PJ, or Machine Herald. And good content and Norway, the only members still left, and Playmaker Wi-Fi issues are still plaguing him. Not much we can do. I mean, we can pause the game for him as we will, but you can't just rewind a League of Legends game. They unfortunately haven't added that. And so we'll see what will happen. Hopefully we can get him back into the match. But again, a reminder at the playoff scenario, Observant Force, if you win this game, you're in. The job's finished. It doesn't matter how the last games go. If you're the side of Lobster Spicy and Karmadillos, you need a win here for Karmadillos. Again, the magic number's 2 for Karmadillos. 2 wins. And you are in. It doesn't matter how the rest of the games go. They will be guaranteed for playoffs. For the side of Lobster Spicy, they need Karmadillos to win 2-0 and then lose their last game. And if this game goes to 2-1, if it goes to a game 3, excuse me, Lobster Spicy out of playoffs. And what will happen is, if this game goes to 3 and Karmadillos win, if they win their second series, they're in. If they lose the second series, Observant Force are in. And so for Observant Force, you have to get to, you want to win, but you have to get to game 3. And again, just a lot of Wi-Fi issues from Playmaker right now. I know the pauses are annoying. We're trying to fix his Wi-Fi. Not much we can do. Maybe cat chewing a little cords in the background, but we will get back into play. But for Playmaker, again, you can see he moved away from the wave wall AFK, and it's going to hurt him here.
Yeah. The big problem is not that he's losing gold. It's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem for him is that he is losing very, very much amounts of XP. He's already down a level, but I don't. We will see what's the full extent to the level disadvantage for him.
Yeah, as both top laners just gonna admire each other's eyes. You have so beautiful, such beautiful eyes. As they just stop the mayhem for a little bit, but And keep an eye on those XP levels, as Potato said. And now the Ornhorn's going to be called in. He's maybe going to go in, but the public execution will buffer it. But Cesar may still be in a little bit of trouble. But Volibear is going to be here. And now Reaper should go down. What a play by Cesar. You thought you had me, but try again next time. The public execution to buffer the ultimate, as now Machine Herald's going to go in on the Playmaker, is going to be in a little bit of trouble, but Volibear
and
is
he's
going
losing another half wave worth of XP, and one of them is a cannon. That's very, very painful. He might have gotten XP from the cannon.
Yeah, but hold on.
This is
Icarus
very, very
is going
painful.
to be here. Icarus is going to be here to try to make sure, but no, Playmaker's just going to back off. They now know PJ is here too. They know he can't walk up as the miasma comes out, and now he's actually just gonna be burst down to the QW. He walked in too far, and he turns to stone and falls, and now Cesar's gonna be in a little bit of trouble as the Cataclysm comes out in the top side. He's not able to dash out of it. He's locked in.
Maybe he's fine. No.
It doesn't matter. Cesar will fall. He tried to use the dash to get out of the Cataclysm, and he just could not get out of it. And now on the bottom side, good content, and might have stepped up a little bit too far. As no, Volibear is going to back off. They're going to back off. They understand the jungler's missing. And some nice vision over that topside river too for the side of Karmadillos. And again, if you're this team, you are fighting for your playoff lives. And this entire top half of the Rift is newer to this team, at least from the last time I casted them. But everything's going right now. It's almost a 4,000 gold lead, officially 3,700 at this moment. And you get 2 kills onto the Orianna and onto the Jarvan.
Melon now is fully unplayable.
So good. Yeah, it's a 2 level gap, and Reaper gonna wander down. He does have the Ornhorn back up, maybe looking to harass the jungler. No, he's just gonna ward, and he's just going to roam back up to the top side. A good little roam from him.
There was a possibility for a kill.
There was, but maybe knowing that your playoff hopes and dreams are on the line here, just wanting to play it a little bit safe. You have a 4,000 gold lead, and you do not need to force anything right now.
No, you don't force anything. You just pull both ultimates with the Ornhorn and the Orianna ult, and you see if she flashes or not. If she flashes, you get at least a flash for 2 ultimates, because that's completely fine, because she can't be at the dragon anyways. You have a item advantage on ADC and support as well. So it's basically impossible to get to the dragon and fight it.
Yeah, as we're going to see PJ understanding what you're saying, maybe listening to you a little bit, talking to you through the screen, is going to start the Drake up. And Machine Herald is there just to make sure it's secured. As we see over in the top side, it looks like it's going to be a handshake of the objectives.
I think that's a big blunder that he's going for the Herald. They can't contest. If Yuumi is moving, they are losing this fight completely. But Yuumi is not moving with Jarvan, so...
Yeah, the last time I casted this team, Norway opted not to roam very much, but the public execution is going to go out right away. The Ornhorn's going to be called in, but PJ's got to get out of there. As the Cataclysm comes out, he's going to flash over the Cataclysm wall. And now Volibear's actually going to fall to the shockwave. As Playmaker looks to get out of there, but he's going to be trapped in and over in this top side. Everything's falling apart. And now in the spot side, and there's almost a little bit of trade, but now the Cataclysm. I miscalled the Cataclysm earlier. I apologize. The Cataclysm comes out, but it'll be a trade. Playmaker taking a kill back onto PJ, and it'll be a 2-for-1 around the Rift Herald. They secure the objective, but they don't secure the fight. Cesar thought he had an angle onto PJ. He just went in with the public execution. They wanted to try to go for it before Reaper could get there, but maybe not ready for PJ's great escape.
Very big mistakes in each laning phase.
Yeah, and first tower goes over, and that's going to be the feats of strength over as well. As now, Potato, if you are the side of Observant Force Jr., what do you have to do to get back into this game? Is there, I know it's a 4,000 gold lead, but these are mid-rank players. Obviously, they make a lot of mistakes and give up angles. If you are this red team, what are you doing to try to force a mistake out of Karmadillos?
Well, if you're looking at the timers, you see the dragon is spawning in 3 minutes, and the only one that will be one item up is gonna be the Orianna. Orianna will be an item up above Cassiopeia, but the other ones will not have completed. So ADC, top lane, jungle, and support will not complete their second item. So you should try to, because you're almost on equal terms, you should try to fight the third dragon. Because Ornn is first of all not having his item already yet, or his upgrade items for the levels. It still takes a little bit. It probably takes like 6 or 7 minutes. Yeah, so next dragon for them, they're basically.
Hold on, good content has to be careful. It's going to be an exhaust onto the Cesar, but he used the public execution. Now good content's gonna pop his ultimate, and PJ's here. And now they're all suddenly on the retreat. As PJ's actually gonna go in, he's gonna use the flag and dragon. The Volleybear's gonna go back in with the cyclone, but now PJ gonna look to get out of there, and everyone's just trading health bars right now. PJ wants a little bit more. Reaper, he is here. He has the Ornhorn, but they have retreated back under their tower. But now Playmaker is here. So is SZ4. And good content cannot step up here. He has to be careful.
1.5 waves in bot lane are running into the abyss again. Yes, Cassiopeia will pick it up, but she's gonna be late. Like, she will get half a wave. So she lost a full minion wave again. So this is a lot of XP running into the abyss.
Yeah, XP levels oh so important. Being a level up on your opponent is big. Now Icar is gonna try to help Cesar with this bot lane duo. Now PJ gonna poke his face around, but he is spotted on vision, so they will back up. A lot of vision around this Otacon for both teams, as we see the next Mountain Drake spawning in 50 seconds. And all 3 members are backing. Maybe they're preparing to go to this bot side and want to contest this Drake. It is going to be a Drake Soul. I believe it's Mountain Soul. It is Mountain Soul. And sometimes the overlay shows it a little bit wrong in League of Legends, but if you just let Karmadillos have this, that is Mountain Soul and points over to them. As now we see Reaper's actually gonna stand here, and they're just gonna start the Otacon right away. They're not gonna wait for Machine Herald. He's gonna look to teleport in, but they don't know where they're stepping to. They're walking into complete darkness, as now everyone's gonna be coming up here into the top side, and Reaper's gonna be in the front. But now
this is gonna be very difficult.
Out. But the armor burst is there from the Otacon. You gotta be careful. Reaper is actually gonna go in, but he's not gonna use the Ornhorn yet. But now everyone's gonna turn, and the Ornhorn's gonna come in. Cycles in.
Cassiopeia might clear them. Cassiopeia is clearing them.
And Cassiopeia is gonna clear them all out, and they've thrown around the Otacon. PJ's the only one left to tell the tale, but they threw around the Otacon. This was the angle that you needed, and PJ went back in for the steal.
That was
just gonna drop.
Absolutely no reason to do this. Just secure the dragon and go for the Drake Soul. You're not very far up. You're not up on ADC items. You're only up on the mid lane. On the mid lane. The Yunara didn't have her item already completed. That was a big problem. You can't just fight for the Otacon. It shreds your armor very badly, and it forces you to stay on one spot. It's very easy for the red team to play the fight slow. Now you gave the scaling team first of all dragon, which is very problematic.
Yeah,
Mountain is giving them big sets.
Yeah, and everything's going over for free, and this is not what you wanted, but SZ4 are gonna have to flash out of there. But that was about worst case scenario. Look at the gold lead. It's only 300 now. And remember, this was at a 4,000 gold lead. But yeah, just a complete throw. I mean, you know you have the armor shred from the Otacon, and you elected to go into their grounds. Like, that wasn't fighting on home turf. You walked into them and walked into their play.
The big problem was that you went into a position where they were able to pincer you, and your ADC was completely open to Cassiopeia and the Wukong. And the Wukong. So there was no possibility for anyone to step up. So when I'm looking at the itemizations, I want to point out a few things what I don't like. First of all, Jinx builds Runan's Hurricane against champions that are basically more tanky, and she can use the Runans for Jarvan and Horn, but it doesn't really matter if you're hitting both of them. You should just go for Lord Dominic's to clear one of them quicker. Second of all, Ambassa is going for another bruiser item, maybe, but we will see. She can still build Serpent's Fang with those items, because she should notice that she is the she's the person that should be one-shotting either Yunara or Orianna. So if she goes Serpent's Fang, it would be the best choice.
And thank you for that analysis. As you mentioned, now more items coming online. A lot of people hitting their 2 item power spikes, and also keep an eye on this Ambessa. She is down so much farm, but she is 4-1, while Reapery is at 1-3. And looking at the farm in general too, in this mid lane, 229 to 167. The bot lane even has a little bit of a gap. And in the jungle, a little bit of a camp difference, but it's going to be very precarious for whatever this next fight is. One overstep could spell a massive gold lead. And both of these teams have to be careful when they're navigating this map. And if you're the side of Karmadillos, you do not have a lot of vision on the map, and you got to be careful, but no good content doesn't want to be careful, as the Ornhorn's going to be called in from downtown. And from downtown, it's going to land on Icarus, and Icarus is just going to be dead. But now Cesar's going to teleport in, and he's going to look for anything, and he's going to find the public execution. And now they're going to go into the re-engage. No, Cesar's going to back out. He did buy that.
Not Eclipse,
and he has 3 edges, but now Volibear's going to use the flash cyclone in, and they're all going to be caught.
They just lose.
Good content, just dead. Reaper gonna look to get out there. He's gonna use the flash for their massive knockback from the shockwave. It's gonna find 2 of them. And now suddenly this fight turns on its head. And now Karmadillos will walk out with the 3-2 advantage. What a shockwave from Machine Head. He was not there for the original fight, and he came in late and dropped Cesar and Volibear so low. And he capitalizes. And now look at the Orianna, 5-1. Your kills did not go on to your ADC. Maybe that's a little bit of what you wanted, but both ADCs sitting about even. As we see her play with her ball, she knows it's done well in this match. And suddenly this gold lead is back to about 2.4K. And the dragon spawns in 35 seconds. The Baron is up as well. Some things to keep an eye on. Now, again, earlier in this game, Observant Force did get that Mountain Drake, so it is not Mountain Soul, but it is Soul Point if they take this Drake. And that is scary, because you can suddenly handshake the objectives left and right as you so please. It's very easy to say, hey, you got to go for one of them, and we're going to sit on the Baron, but speaking of sitting in places, they're actually going to sit in this rush, and they're going to go in, but they don't know that everyone's here. Their carries are not here. Why are you going in? The Miasma's going to come out as the Ornhorn's going to be called, but Big Man Peach is going to have to flash away, and he's going to knock up 2 with the Ornhorn. Public execution on a good concept, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you just burst to the ground, and their reward should be this Mountain Soul. The ball will keep watch, and
Soul point.
a great job. Sorry, Soul Point, excuse me. Thank you, Potato. Soul Point will go over to the side of Karmadillos. Remember, they are fighting for their playoff lives. They've still got 2 matches to go through, but they're gonna make their job just a little bit easier.
Yeah, very, very big blunders on the red side here. So there was no reason for them to step up in a line. They should they should wait for their AD carry to join them. And the big problem as well is that Jinx still doesn't have Lord Dominic's. And the enemy team is so tanky already. She does 0 damage right now. She is very, very delayed. That's a big problem.
Yeah, it is a big problem, and another big problem is this Orianna sitting at 3 items, and she has the Zonias now. She can pop the stopwatch at any time, as we see that the Cassiopeia with Playmaker also has 3 items, excuse me, but she does not have a 7-stack Dark Seal, and now Reaper is actually going to look onto Cesar, and he's going to be in a lot of trouble here on the top side. His good concept might have gone in a little bit too far. The redemption comes down, but now there's a teleport on the backside, but PJ will be there to pick him up, and now the Ornhorn's going to come out, and they actually want a little bit more, but the Ornhorn's going to whip it. Now there's 3 of them here. PJ's going to get the flag and drag onto one of them, but it's not enough, and we see how tanky Playmaker is now, and they're going to back out, but we see on the spot side, Machine Herald is going to get to farm, but he does have the teleport if he wants to go back in. But Reaper, you have to be careful. Hold on, there are 4 members there, and they're actually going to look to start the Baron. No, they're going to back out of it. They're maybe looking for a little bit of miracle. No, they actually just wanted to bait out the teleport from Machine Herald.
But there was no reason to TP.
He thought they were going to start it. That's what they wanted. They wanted to bait out the teleport, and they're actually going to start the Baron themselves, and everyone is backed. Everyone is back. The bot lane is gone. Hold on a second. Playmaker does not have teleport. Cesar has teleport, but they're now just understanding what's going on. And Icarus does not have that unsealed summoner. Spellbook, he cannot get there. This Baron's just going to be gone for nothing unless Volibear can get a miracle steal, and he's going to go into the middle of the boat, and he stole it away. A major steal from Volibear! This game has so many twists and turns, and yet another one was in store. Volibear will trade his life for the miracle steal, and suddenly this 4,000 gold lead that was built up is going to start collapsing.
Yeah, I don't. First of all, I don't know why Red Team started the Baron. There was no absolute reason to do so. And Orianna could have just kept pushing bot lane. She didn't need to TP. It was a big blunder. But then, for some reason, Lulu decided to recall with Cassiopeia. So there was no chance to contest. But luckily, Wukong got a miracle steal.
Sometimes prayers are answered. Maybe a little bit of Christmas magic coming in. Santa was reading the letters early and said, I'll get you that present of the Baron. And now we see that everyone's positioning near the bot side. They know this Mountain Soul point is going to be here in a minute and 20, and they want to be prepared. Potato, if you are the side of Karmadillos, do you just hand it over? As Playmaker's actually going to go in with the stun, but no, the ultimate completely whipped. As the Ornhorn's going to go in, and Playmaker's going to be down low, and the Ornhorn's going to land onto 3, but Volibear's onto the back line. Good Couch is getting knocked up and tossed around like a child's toy. Reaper going to be down there too.
They misplayed. She flashed into enemy team.
Oh no, but the shockwave's on the backside. Suddenly everyone's going down, and Big Man Peach is going to look at a Playmaker, and everyone's going to be falling in the middle. Peach is going to fall. Now they're going to flash from Playmaker. They're going to find the kill out of him, but no. He's going to be revived, and it's going to be of no avail. It doesn't matter if you pop the stopwatch. Machine Herald is here, and he runs this universe. 10-1 on the Orianna.
Very, very good shockwave from her. She's gonna complete her death cap now, and she has 10 Dark Seal stacks. She's very, very fed. Full build almost at 31 minutes. And it means that the dragon is going to them as well. That means Dragon Soul for the blue team.
Yeah, the Dragon's respawning and Playmaker's not up. The only thing to look at is PJ is going to be a little delayed getting here. They have to run for it. In my opinion, you cannot hand that over as the Mega Death Rocket gonna come in. But did you forget who's alive? What are you doing with that Death Rocket? They thought they immediately started the Drake, but no one was there. Only 2 members were up, and Ornan and Oriana were not starting the Drake, but now they're going to take possession of this bot side river, and now this may be the game here. Everyone's going to look to position. The Blast Cone's going to be taken away by Reapery. Everyone's positioning. All ultimates are up except the Mega Death Rocket, and they have to walk into the shadows of darkness. My friends, welcome to the Shadow Realm. First, you got to get through Reapery. He's going to use the Orn Horn.
Massive.
Land onto the floor, and the massive Orn. And the shockwave comes through massively, but Cesar's onto Machine Herald. He's bound up, but he's gonna pop the stop.
Jinx got excited. Can she do anything?
Onto 3. The Jinx is excited, but she cannot do much as everyone's just gonna fall. Playmaker, the only one left alive, but he's staring down a gun's barrel. You will look into the eyes of the barrel, and it's a pentakill over the good contents. He will make sure that the Karmadillos have a shot at playoffs. And now they will walk down the base.
Yeah, the big problem here is that Oriana is just so fat. She is just ripping through the enemy team. They have just a 3-man shockwave, and she almost took 2/3 of the HP of each player. She's so strong right now. She's at almost full build, like said earlier, with the death cap completed. And Yunara is very big too. She already has 3 full items completed and the Orn upgrade as well.
And she just picked up a pentakill. Now, you're going to see it. This has been a talk recently in League of Legends. Not immediately grabbing the Nexus turrets. This is so smart from the side of Karmadillos. When you grab the inhibitors, not the Nexus turrets, excuse me. When you grab those inhibitors, those super minions will take out a lot of their waves and apply some pressure, yes, but you will bleed out gold and XP. You also hand more gold opportunities over to the other team. So they're going to say, hey, we have an 8.6k gold lead. We are not going to give you more opportunities for more gold. And now, and keep an eye on that Baron timer. It's got 40 seconds. And we know how tanky they are now, as they may not be able to do anything. They just have to not overstep. Stay together and make sure you're not playing it risky, as they will wait for this Baron to come up in 20 seconds. And the problem for Observant Force is you just have to observe. You're doing what your title says. You're just observing. You can't even walk into your own jungle. Look at the wards. Look at how much vision on the map they have. Thank you to our observer for that one. But they don't have any vision. They can't go. The Baron's going to spawn, and it's actually going to be going down really fast. They may not even be able to get here in time. They're trying to be careful, but being careful is not what you can do, as the Baron's already gone, and the Super Depth Rocket is going to land onto Machine Herald, but it doesn't do anything. And now they're going to look to push in the top side. That tier 2 turret is their sight. As Potato, what can you do if you're Observant Force?
Well, I think at this point you're just forced to look and watch your base gets turned to shreds. There's not very any opportunities to find a fight with how much gold lead and XP leads they have, and how much defensive stats they get because of the 2 dragons and the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, but now take a look at this. Both of their carries for Observant Force are not here, and they're going to break down all the inhibitors. Reapery is going to be tasked with delaying the backs, and he doesn't actually check the brush. And that may
This
be
is
the
the fight
difference.
they're looking for. It's a 4v5.
It's a 4v5. His Volibear's gonna flash to go into the public executions, and this is my ass that's gonna land, and it's gonna be big. But now
can't kill you,
it's gonna
Nara.
be burst down, and good content is just
It's another
unkillable.
pentakill.
It's another pentakill. They're gonna look to hand it over to him, and the double pentakill. Good content will bring you all the content you need. A double pentakill to move to 11-2, and he wants playoffs. He knows what the scenarios look like, and he says you're not gonna get your hopes and dreams here. Game 1 over to Karmadillos.
Oh. Karmadillos played very well. The big problem here was just that they gave Red Team a big opportunity back into the game with the Atacam throw. There was no reason to do that. Just play on the lead and play on the item completions. Just play it slow and steady. But the problem was Red Team couldn't find a way back into the game, unfortunately, because mid lane was so far ahead of all these disconnects. So it was not very playable for them.
Yeah, unfortunate indeed. And just not what you want to see from Observant Force, as they know that if you're Observant Force, if you win here, you're into playoffs. It's done and dusted. But if you lose this next game, you're out of playoffs. You have to win game 2 to keep your playoff chances alive. As we will send it over to a break, and we will be back here with you guys shortly.
thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a banger of a game one. Good content, 2 pentakills, and Machine Herald was playing like a machine with an endless amount of kills for his team. It was a great performance from both of the carries. And again, taking a look at the playoff scenarios. If Observant Force win a single game, Lobster Spicy are out. We did also get confirmation JB and Finance forfeited their last 3 games. So there was an automatic win to Observant Force and an automatic win to Lobster Spicy. But keep in mind, 1 game win for Observant Force, Lobster Spicy, you're going home. If Karmadillos win this next game, Lobster Spicy have a chance. And Observant Force are automatically out if this does not go to 3. If Karmadillos win this series and the next one, you're in. Welcome to playoffs. But the most interesting scenario is if Karmadillos win this series 2-1, then their last series, if they win, they're in. And if they lose their last series, Observant Force are in. And so multiple scenarios going on here, but the magic numbers. If you're Lobster Spicy, you need a 2-0. If you are the side of Karmadillos, you need to win both of your next series and you're in. If you're Observant Force, you just need 1. You need a game here at least to keep your hopes alive. And if you win both of these next games, you're in. And Potato, what was your highlight of that last game? Maybe a player, maybe a moment. What really was the standout for last game in game 1?
Well, the biggest problem in the game was that Cassiopeia kept disconnecting. That threw her so far back in the game. The lane is already hard to be played out the longer the lane goes. Even after first recall, it's getting worse and worse. So her disconnecting and just completely falling behind, even 2 levels, is just unplayable. So this hurt not only her, but also the jungle, and with them hurting the jungle, it also hurt the other laners.
Yeah, definitely. There were about 5-6 disconnects, and not what you want to see. If you're anyone really, I mean, if you're Lobster Spicy or Karmadillos, maybe you're cheering for it. Maybe you're the one that chewed their Wi-Fi cords. You never know. But hopefully it'll be fixed for this next game. And keep in mind, it is Fearless. All champions that just played are out of the pool for the rest of this series. And honestly, I love Fearless. Fearless was not used in prior years in League of Legends. I love watching Fearless. I love seeing the different champions, the different compositions. For those that watched the 2024 World Championship, it was a simple story for the first few picks. You either banned Yone and Aurora, or they were traded to each team with 1 apiece. But it's good to see the mix up. We should be getting here into the draft here shortly. We're waiting on confirmation from Karmadillos to be ready for the draft. And Potato, is there anything you want to see out of the draft? Like, hey, maybe put someone on a different like a different type of character or anything like that? Like, what do you want to see here in game 2?
Well, I like both drafts actually. They both had a balanced draft. It's very, very good to see when both have like technically an equal draft. But the problem, like I said, was just that Orianna was so far ahead, and Cassiopeia was not able to play the game the whole time. Even after the fumble on the Atakan, she was not able to find her way back, and always just like 1 or 1.5 item down.
Yeah, really unfortunate. And hopefully, again, no disconnect issues this game. Nobody wants to see it unless you're Karmadillos or Lobster Spicy. But hopefully that will be all gone. And I'm going to be looking at Machine Herald for this next game because he had what was a winning lane and started losing it until Playmaker's Wi-Fi started cutting out, and only then was when he started winning. He also did have some massive shockwaves that just turned the tides of team fights. I'm also gonna look to Karmadillos, maybe be a bit more careful with the team fights. They took a few without their hyper-fed Orianna, and those did not go well until the Orianna arrived. And so definitely that's something I'm keeping an eye on. But if you're Karmadillos, yes, the team fights were a little bit scattered, but you still came out on top in every single one except for the Otacon. And so hopefully they can continue that domination if you're that side. And for Observant Force, you have to bounce back. You have to figure it out. It wasn't just Playmaker's Wi-Fi disconnecting and, oh, that's the only reason we lost. There were some glaring issues between maybe Volibear not engaging at the right time. He went in for some flash cyclones when his team was not behind him. And Chachi, I've been told is how it should be pronounced. My apologies to that player. But for Chachi, maybe like he obviously isn't playing Mbessa, but you gotta be careful not to get over ambitious or too excited with some of the engages. There were a few of them with the public execution where he went in and his team was backing off or they just weren't ready, and it's part of why the fights were so scattered. if there's a player to highlight for each side in this upcoming game, Potato, who are you keeping your eyes on?
Well, I'm not really taking eyes on anyone. Just looking for the champions, how they're playing out. But going to this draft already. Well, looking at the champions, you first off had a Sion first picked, and then this response Tam Kench and the Victor. I don't really think Tam Kench in the early stages with with just sending it blindly to the top lane with seeing the Milio already on free response. You should have kept it for a flex pick for longer. I think Tam Kench is blind, or not blind, but early on is a very bad pick because he has basically in the later stages only one thing going for him, that is eating someone from danger. But the blue team already picked hard engage with hard burst into the Tam Kench, which is a big blunder in my opinion. So right now with Milio as well, they really have good disengage and much safety for the carries. Victor can already Victor is already outranging both of all three of the champions.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was on the wrong screen, so I didn't see that the draft had started. And an interesting little thing pointed out in draft, Good Content had a 14% win rate in ranks with Yunara and got 2 pentakills. Never count him out. And something I'm interested to see is this sort of dive comp coming out for Karmadillos, at least with the side of the Tam Kench and the Nocturne. But I don't really like a Victor pairing with a Nocturne because Victor's very immobile. And so he's not going to be able to follow up very well on these Nocturne engages. And looks like for the side of Observant Force Jr., they're just going to pick the Xayah Nico, just opting for a really powerful bot lane duo.
Looking at this champions, I'm very confused because you are completely off theme with the Xayah. Every champion of their team wants to go forward, because, and Xayah is the one champion that wants to play backwards slowly and let people come in so you can play around your feathers. It's very bad. Nocturne on the same side, on the other side, it's the same thing. He wants to go in while all the other 3 champions wants to go back, and Kokmo doesn't want to go forward as well. Instantly, it makes no sense to pair all these champions together. But
yeah,
to round it out, Kokma is very good as well with all the other 3 champions besides Nocturne.
Yeah, a questionable Nocturne pick. Now keep in mind this jungler for the side of Karmadillos is a substitute, and so they're definitely not playing with their normal sub. Maybe he's just going with the comfort pick, saying, guys, I know I don't normally play with you, I need to know my champions. But as you mentioned, it just is so out of line with what this team wants to do. And so I'm curious to see how they're going to use it. Obviously, you can go in with Tam Kench if you want, but Tam Kench is also looking to be one of your frontliners, so he may not want to go in too far. And for this Observant Force Junior side, just bringing out Xinjiao, Aurora, Sion, just some strong picks right now in the current patch in their lanes, except for Aurora's fallen off a little bit. But yeah, as you mentioned, these champions want to go forward. Xayah wants to back up. I mean, literally her ultimate is meant to be a disengaged tool. And so I'm curious if they got too scared by the Nocturne and that's why they picked it. Because Xayah, obviously, if Nocturne ults, you're ulting. And it just keeps you alive for that initial dive in and gives you a few more seconds of life. So it feels like both of these champions are at a place, but they're almost both there to go after each other.
Well, both champions, so basically Xayah is obviously just picked for the response to Nocturne. but like I said, she's not quick to follow up with her teammates. So she's struggling with that a little bit. And Nocturne is just there. He wants to engage, but his team can't really follow up anything. They're all way too slow to do so. So but in the end, Zaya will have more impact than Nocturne ultimately, because Nocturne just can't go in. Because if he goes in, he is just getting one shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's confusing. It's a really confusing pick. We are waiting on that spectator delay, as you guys know, but not what I want to see. I mean, I don't hate the Karmadillos team comp, except for the Nocturne. And that's your primary engage tool. Obviously Tom Kench can be your engage tool as well, but I'm just not seeing a whole lot of engage from Karmadillos.
Well, if you're
favoring
Karmadillo,
Observant
you don't
here.
need to engage. That's the thing. No one can reach the victor. No one. You have to the only engage you have basically is a flash ult from either Nico or a or like Aurora. But otherwise, you don't really can lock them down. And for those flash engages, you have to Tom Kench. Tom Kench is a very, very big problem for your team. And Victor can just stand back and freely hit them if played correctly. So I don't like the Nocturne, but here he can just still poke with Q. And they can't sustain the poke because they're all just trying to reach with this mid-range. They don't have long-range engage. It's just very slow. So even when you have Nocturne, you still have some value with the poke. I don't like it at all, but if you play it slow and poke them down, Nocturne can have value. But it's still not great.
Yeah, it's not great, but should be able to get something done. I agree with you on that front. And for Observant Force, I mean, you have two people that can suddenly go in between the Aurora and the Nico with a Flash Pop Blossom and the Between Worlds. But do you think they're going to be able to really reach the victor? Like, that's the big question. Now, if I'm Karmadillos, I absolutely do not want to take a fight in the jungle, because those ultimates become a lot more scary as you cannot get away from them. And the Scion, just a good frontline unit. What do you expect from the early laning phase here, Potato?
Well, early laning phase, Tom Kench is gonna beat the Scion. But ultimately they are both just stacking grass onto each other. Nothing will really happen or should happen. Lane. The Aurora will just wave clear to the ends, should be with the Xin Zhao most of the time, and just be able to do like invades with the Xin Zhao and get the Nocturne a little bit behind, because she's just having to push, but nothing should like happen in the lane. I think bot lane is gonna be interesting, because even though I don't really like Zaya into the team comp in the later stages, she is very potent with Nico in the early stages. If Nico hits a E on either Milia or Kog'Maw, they are gonna be bursted down really, really quickly because they have double read.
Yeah, and
a lot of damage.
I think that is part of why they elected to go with the Zaya, is just trying to get that early presence in the game. And we're having a little bit of issues with the lobby real quick, so we will be a bit more delayed getting into it. We apologize. League of Legends seems to have just released a patch in the middle of our broadcast. Thank you, League of Legends. But yeah, I think they're looking for a strong early laning phase. Yes, the Xayah is a bit out of place, but if you just dominate the lane early, it could set yourself up for a really good position.
I mean, you didn't see the ADC, so it was a big gamble that they are playing a champion that is like not that sustainable into the Nico and the Xayah.
Yeah, that is true. And again, just a reminder, if Observant Force win this game, Lobster Spicy are out. If Observant Force lose this game, they're out. If you are Observant Force, you have to win this game here. This is terrifying. Your nerves have to be so high for Observant Force. This is it. And another thing to keep in mind, again, this Nocturne is a substitute. This is not how you want to go out of playoffs or lose your playoff hopes, is saying, hey, we lost to a substitute against a 1-7 or a 1-6 team. That definitely not the situation you want. And again, why is everything so solidified right now? It's because JB and Finance have forfeited their last games. And just a reminder at what their last games were. Their last games were against Observant Force, ROSWILD Blue, and Lobster Spicy, which is why these scenarios are what they are. Everything would be much different if JB and Finance did not have to forfeit. But Karmadillos, you're looking to go from 1-5 to the promised land of playoffs. All you have to do is win here. You win here, and it's the easiest road. If you go to game 3, Lobster Spicy are out, and you have to win game 3. If Observant Force win this series, Observant Force are your 6th seed in playoffs. It gets a little mixy if it goes to game 3 and it's a win for the side of Karmadillos, as again, Karmadillos have to win their next 2 series to make playoffs. You cannot drop a series.
One more thing that I want to point out before the game starts is that yes, I favor the Karmadillos draft, but the draft of Observant Forces is so much easier to play. It's so much easier. There are way less spots to misstep because you have such safety and such clear plays on what your champions want to do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Potato, what is your highlight lane here for like maybe a lane that jumps out early?
Well, the lane that the lane you should watch mostly is definitely bot lane. If everything should be played out properly, because mid lane is just wave clear against each other, with Aurora having the priority and moving with jungle. So, and top lane is just gonna be grasp stacking over grasp stacking. So it's mostly to see what Xin Zhao is able to do with the pressure he gets from Aurora, and what bot lane is able to achieve.
Yep, and I agree with that. And we will be getting into this match in about 2 minutes. We are now officially waiting for that spectator delay. But again, a look into who is next up on the docket for Karmadillos is Dynamo New Dawn. Dynamo is completely out of playoffs. They cannot make it. So maybe they have a little less to play for. But again, Karmadillos have to win it here. I think if you go to game 3, it becomes so much scarier. And so it's also important that you win here. And if you're Observant Force, I mean, the game, it cannot go like game 1. You cannot. You cannot have your mid laner disconnecting. You cannot have these messed up team fights where you look so uncoordinated. And honestly, if there's a highlight lane for me, it's going to be how this bot lane plays out. As we discussed during the draft, this bot lane for the side of Observant Force Jr. will start off strong. And obviously they've got the tangle barbs, they got the feathers. You have to especially avoid the tangle barbs or you will be burst down, like Potato said. So I'm looking at the bot side for Karmadillos to survive and get out of the laning phase relatively unscathed. We are almost into our match, and we will now officially be starting. Observant Force Jr., your playoff hopes are here on the line in game 2. This is it. This is your final stand. What do you have left in the tank? And for Karmadillos, the job's not finished even if you win here, but it's definitely one step closer. Here we go into game 2. I am excited for this one. Machine Herald coming in on the victor. He did so well last game where he finished with only 1 death and such an amazing performance. And both ADCs are gonna look to start off stronger. As
The flash.
oh boy. Playmaker, stop clicking your buttons. Get your hands off the keyboard. You just flashed a minute into the game. And now that's something to keep an eye on. Nocturne will not be able to go gank you early.
They don't know. They don't know. It's fine.
Yeah, that is true. They don't know that the flash was burned. And now they're going to place the ward on the chickens. Both top laners going to start in the top side. Again, PJ is just going to look to farm up, get to 6 as soon as possible. And Volibear, you can go for early ganks. And so it's going to be interesting to see if he elects to do so. But keep in mind, the Playmaker got into trouble early last game as well. And so without the flash, could be something to keep an eye on. Potato, what do you expect from this top side? Obviously 2 really tanky units, but do you expect anyone to really come out on top early?
Well, Tom Kench is always just gonna win slightly, but there should nothing happen because they're just both way too tanky. Even in the early stages, it's slightly more even. But when it comes like after the first bag, just Tom Kench will just constantly win. With him healing out slightly and Sion just shielding it away, but Sion can never kill him.
Okay. Do you expect Volibear to maybe go for an early gank here, knowing that you're facing a jungler that won't gank early?
Well, I think if you're Volibear, you just wanna be quick in the jungle and keep farming up, and you want your Aurora to be like after your first back to follow you into invades and slowly build up leads, because well, even if top lane is winning, he can't really move out of the lane because Sion is so quick to clear. And Tom Kench really has struggles with the wave clear. Mid lane, just Victor will just always lose slightly.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of early trading here. The campfire comes out on the good content. He's going to be perfectly fine. Now, chat, make sure to put in your predictions. How many times will casters fall for a Nico change? As the Playmaker's back is going to be interrupted here. And now, hold on, Volibear is actually going to go in early. And good content, just electing to flash and get under his turret. and Volibear is now going to back as that topside scuttle is unclaimed. So it looks like PJ is going to look to go for it. But now Volibear is actually going to stick around in this bot side. They have to be careful not to walk up too far. But it seems like they may have a little awareness of some shenanigans may be going on, and Volibear will go back. It's also double scuttle over to the side of PJ.
Yeah, but very big mistake in my opinion to just instantly go for double scuttle. You saw that that the Xin Zhao was opting for a botlane gank. You should have just recalled and got your item. Yes, you got the double scuttle, but you would have gotten a faster recall, and would have been first to the scuttle anyways.
Yeah.
So now you're just slow in the clear, and you're because you are down in part items. So we will see that Xin Zhao will be faster with the full clear for the first thing, and Nocturne doesn't have the item, so it will be probably, if both teams realize what's going on, it should be going the first strike to the blue team, actually.
Yeah, going to should be going over to them. You can see the clear difference. Volibear clearing his jungle camp, clearing his chickens, excuse me, as PJ just finished his chickens and is pathing to the bot side.
Yeah, you see, bot lane is already late to the as well because of them slightly losing, as I said in the beginning. But I don't know why they didn't start the dragon instantly. That is very peculiar to me.
Yeah, maybe a bit of an interesting choice. Definitely felt like you had an angle there. They are aware of ADHD Norway's roam, and just everyone backing off. No one electing to go in for any scrapping yet here. And you can see both top laners burning their teleports. Always like to keep an eye on the teleport war, as
Still
you have
not
to be
going for
careful.
dragon. Big
Yeah,
blunder. Big
they're
blunder.
backing off of it. And look at notice the dark seal in the top side for the Tom Kent. I don't know if I like that dark seal pickup because of the fact that you're not going to be getting a ton of kills onto a Scion.
Yeah, I don't think the Dark Seal here is good in any case at all. Because Scion should never ever die to you and Nocturne. Because he's just way too tanky.
Yeah, he really shouldn't ever die. And we see now the trading not even
They
doing
might
too
get
much.
killed though, even.
But hold on. Hey,
He needs
Sasuke
gold.
might
He
have
didn't
walked
ult.
up. He didn't all out of it. He's gonna be swallowed and he's just gonna die and he's just gonna flash for it and now he's gonna but the
Yes,
flash
he's dead.
in will bring him down. Hold on, we were talking about the Dark Seal's a mistake, but no, Reapery had other plans.
Oh, that was just a big mistake by Scion. There should never ever happen a kill in this lane.
Yeah, Chachi thought he was fine, didn't want to waste too much, and now the Dark Seal looking like it was worth it. I mean, we're just criticizing it, and it really should be criticized. You're taking it against one of the tankiest champions in League of Legends, and you just make it work. As noticed now, Volibear is now finally going to do the Drake, but it may just be a handshake of the objectives as PJ is going to start up the Void Grubs. Now, he should be standing in the middle of them so that he can hit all three of them with his W.
Well, the
or
problem...
I believe it's
the passive. The passive is
or
the
the
AoE.
passive. Thank you.
The big problem here is why I don't like this dragon is that he has skipped wolf camps, the wolf camp, so he's actually losing out on tempo. Yes, he can invade, but Nocturne can move to that. They're very low. Bot lane is recalling, but their bot lane should be moving. What is Melio doing? They're starting to ping it. Melia, move.
Yep, Melia should be going to deny Volibear, but he's not, and Volibear will walk away with the blue buff, and the invade is successful. They recognize what is going on way too
This
late
might be
as there's
another
more
solo kill.
trading over in the top side. As you're right, there's no ultimates up for either of them. Actually, Reaper, he just got his ultimate, and the Scion one has a longer cooldown,
missed
and
the
now
Q.
Reaper
He
actually
missed the
misses.
Q. He missed the Q. He missed the
Reaper,
Q.
we-
What is Scion
No.
doing? Oh god, he still got the kill.
Oh
Okay.
my god, he almost messed up not realizing that it hit him, and he will find the kill with oh my god.
Big blunder by Tom Ken. She Q'd before he spit him out, so he was not getting their HP back and losing a lot of damage.
Excuse me. But yeah, that roar of the Slayer, the E, is so massive there. And again, neither top laner had their flash, and now there is an ultimate advantage for Chachi, excuse me. As it's definitely something to keep an eye on now, but Playmaker going to recognize what's going on as he doesn't have vision. And we're not seeing a whole lot of roaming from Icarus. And I feel like Nico's a great champion to roam on because of the deception that you can pull out with changing forms. But we're just not really seeing it. And
Yeah, she even has a lot of
so
time
passive.
because they're just slowly pushing in, winning bot lane. So she would.
yeah, but now there's a Pop Blossom in the bottom side, and good content's gonna be caught out, and the campfire's not enough. We didn't get to see what happened there, but we heard the Pop Blossom from across the map, and its impact was felt as good content will go down. Just as I was about to say, we're not seeing a whole lot of action early compared to the previous game. And keep in mind, PJ, is at level 8 that Nocturne ultimate gonna start becoming scary? But I wish we could have seen what happened in that bot side. I'm guessing it was a classic case of Icarus was waiting in the brush with the Pop block. And speaking of waiting in the brush, here's Volibear just gonna take a stroll on by him and say hello as the victor is going to chunk him down with, I believe that is his W. But-
Q is the throw and E is the laser.
My apologies. You
You
can tell who has more knowledge.
What I was talking about at the beginning of the game, what I didn't see is that Aurora didn't use walk with Zinzao and deny some camps to Nocturne. Now that he has the evolved E on Victor, he's able to match the speed, so there is no possibilities for Aurora to move early away again. So this is a big blunder, in my opinion. And also Zinzao is being down in CS. Well, now looking at it, not very big down CS, but if you're looking at the minimap, he only has one camp up, while 2 camps of Nocturne are respawning, so he's technically up 3 camps.
Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on. Again, he elected to skip his wolves, as now a little bit of trading between the mid laners. Now the ultimates are actually going to come out. Playmaker's going to pop between worlds, but Machine Hero may be finding the kill on him as the storm comes out, but it's not enough. Sometimes you can get struck by lightning and survive, but this time Sasuke may not be able to survive as he's in the jungle. It's going to flash over the wall, and they cannot
just out,
find
yeah.
the kill onto him. Now he's actually going to go in on the Machine Herald. Hold on, he's going to pop the ultimate, but Machine Herald is going to use it, but now the Nocturne ultimate's going to...
Oh, he misplayed, he misplayed, he misplayed.
He's going to find the kill. Playmaker's going to find the kill onto him, but now it'll just be a trade. Playmaker almost a huge whiff as SC4 is actually going to be in a bit of trouble. As good content's going to flash forward, but the barrier is going to be...
Oh, he misplayed too! He didn't auto. He went for the ultimate.
Oh...
Big misplay by
Whipped
Nocturne, missing the
left and
Q,
right.
so he had to die for the kill. But otherwise, it would have been a free dragon. And then also big misplay by Kokma by going for the ultimate and not for the auto attack. So Zaya lives.
Just mistakes coming out, and yeah, you didn't get punished too badly for the mistakes, but you can't keep making mistakes like that. Again, your playoff hopes are on the line as now this tower may be about to fall, but now Reaper gonna trade with Chachi as PJ is in the area, and hold on, he may be caught again, but no, he's just gonna swallow him and throw him under the turret to try to delay him. But Playmaker's going to be coming up here, and he's going to jump over with the blast cone. But PJ is going to be actually here, but he doesn't have his ultimate, remember. And now Playmaker's going to go between worlds as he's going to look to chunk out PJ, and he's trying to get under the tower, but it may not be enough as Playmaker's going to flash in for it, and he's going to blast it to pieces. But now Machine Herald's going to be here. Playmaker's in a lot of trouble as Reaper is going to go in there, but Volibear's here, and he's going after Machine Herald. Chachi trying to get his mid laner out of there, but he's just going to fall, and Machine Herald's not going to be turned onto. But now they're in a lot of danger. They gotta get out of there. Reaper gonna go onto him, and Chachi's gonna be left behind by his jungler, and he will fall. A 2-for-1 in the top side.
Very, very big misplays again, unfortunately. Like, there should
and now,
never be...
Hold on, good concept's gonna be bursting down, but the melee ultimate's gonna be about to get by. He's gonna look to keep him alive, but it's not enough. The Tangle Barbs into the Pop Blossom, put him in the bounce house, and sit that dog back down at his base. And this will now be 5-4 in kills.
Just peculiar things happening all over the map. Like, on top lane, you should just let the Sion die and go for the dragon and get the mountain. Even if you trade kills on top, it's just way more efficient for your team to get the dragon. It's Mountain Drake. Mountain Drake gives you so many stats. It's very, very good for your team.
As PJ may look to start it up now, they do have vision on this. They are aware. The bot lane is there, but
yeah.
Now and everyone's going to collapse, and it may just be gone.
Zaya has an item. I do not know why they are not trying to contest.
Yeah, Zaya has the item advantage, but they're just handing it over. And the Mountain Drake going to look really nice on Reapery. And now there's pings going onto the Rift Herald, as it looks like they're just going to look to handshake the objectives. And it will be a Hex Tech Drake. And Machine Herald starting to come online. Observer, if we could get a look at Machine Herald's stacks, that would be great. But he's starting to really come online with the damage, with the wave clear. Definitely something to be careful about, as now actually they're going to go in onto him, and now the blue team get the Rift Herald, but now he's going to just be swallowed, and now Volibear's just gone, and PJ had ulted in, and now Chachi's going to be next up on the jumping block. He's going to look to use to get out of there, but he doesn't have the flash. He's just stuck in the pit, and now Playmaker's gonna go between rounds to go in, but he's just gonna be exploded, and the Arcane Storm's gonna come down. Lightning strikes twice, it looks like, and Chachi will go down. And now the gold lead has flipped from 1K one way to 6K another way, as it's a 3-for-0 at the Rift Herald. And a complete collapse for the side of Observant Force Jr.
This is just an absolute disaster for them. Victor getting so far ahead. He's gonna melt the enemy team down. It's a very, very big problem. But looking at items as well, I think there is a big mistake for him to go for this one. He should have went for more penetration, or not more penetration. He should have went for not mages. God, my items. What is the item called? I forgot. The mask. God.
Leandri's Torment.
Yeah, right. He should have went for Leandris, because two champions that you're mainly hitting are going for HP with Xin Zhao and Zion, and even the Nico is building a little bit of HP.
I do agree with you there. The Leandries, maybe he's saving it for third item, but definitely maybe should have gone for it here, as good content is sitting at 0-2. But the only thing going right now for this side of Observant Force Junior is your 2-0 Zaya that has an advantage by a component. If so, keep an eye on that. And Zaya, her wave clear is just going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on, as we see top and bot switch lanes. And keep in mind the turrets though. The tier 1 top turrets are missing, and the tier 1 bot lane turret for the side of Karmadillos is missing. And so definitely something to keep an eye on. You cannot as safely roam into your jungle. And ADHD will stop the back of Volibear, who wanted to recall. And now a lot of positioning towards this top side, and maybe going to look at Otacon. They know they've backed him down. But both mid laners have teleport, but Playmaker's just getting chunked out. He's down by 2 levels to Machine Herald. It doesn't matter whether you have good or bad Wi-Fi. You're in Machine Herald's world, and he's playing like a damn machine in this series. He really wants to go to playoffs, and he will not stop on that road. As we see in the top side, some pings coming down onto the Otacon. Both teams being careful. The Rift Herald's going to be dropped in the mid lane. And now, hold on. This is going to be the Otacon looking to be started by Observant Force Junior.
Top.
Yeah, Victor's moving top. It looks like they may be aware of this, and they actually elect to back down. As maybe not yet. Yeah, this bottom lane is going to move down. They realized, they thought they had the timing, but they realized it wasn't safe enough, and PJ did just back. But now Chachi may actually be in a little bit of danger in the top side if this comes through, and everyone's going to be walking over as he's going to be swallowed up, and now Volibear is going to be there, but he's going to be back down, and now Chachi's going to be in a lot of danger. He's going to have to flash out of there, but now the Tom catch is going to go onto him, and now everyone's going to be here.
Pop Blossom
about a 3! Pop Blossom about a 3, and now the team fight's going to be turning. Machine Herald's got to get out of there, but now the Doctor all comes in, and it's just not enough damage. Chachi's going to go down on the backside, and C4 is gonna fire, but it doesn't matter. Reapery gonna find his way out to it. He pumps the ultimate to get out of there, but the Feather Storm isn't enough. And Playmaker gonna look to get out of there. He's gonna be chased down by Reapery. And now the Otacon will be their reward for that fight. It'll be a 5-0. And Observant Force Junior's hopes of playoffs will now start to sink further down the drain.
That was a very, very big team fight. They won 4v5. Such big problems. Tom Kench played the team fight actually very, very well with his Qs and hitting all of them on crucial spots. And Victor just free hitting. No one able to touch him.
No one was able to touch him until the end, but by that time, when Volibear and Chachi found him, Volibear was just chunked out with the arrival of PJ, and you just didn't find your targets fast enough. And now look at the vision. They do have some good vision on this bot side. The Drake is up, keep in mind. Now, the important thing for this game compared to game 1 is the first 2 Drakes were traded. You are not forced to challenge this if you are either of these teams. Now, they may actually look onto the mid lane, and this Playmaker's gonna look to go invisible and look to go in, but he's just gonna take a turret shot and miss his abilities. And you have to be oh so careful. Either of these teams, there's no vision. Even though you just lost the top lane fight, you are on equal terms on items. Besides mid lane. Equal terms, but keep in mind those Otacon pedals is now Reaper's gonna go in, but he may just be a sacrifice for the Drake, but now everyone's gonna look to go in to back him up, and now that's not gonna be enough as Reaper's just gonna be burst down by Volibear. Maybe the next to drop. The Between Worlds is gonna come in, and the Arcade Storm is massive! The Arcade Storm on the backside will chuck them all out, and now Chachi's a little in too deep, as now everyone's gonna be looking on him. He's gonna have to use the Unstoppable Force to get out of there. It will be a 1-for-1 and the Drake over to the side of Karmadillos, and everything is going right for them. Reapery sacrificing his life and just understanding I can buy you enough time to get the Drake. And he tried to get out of there, and unfortunately it wasn't enough, but he did his job well, and Icarus fell too. Potato, do you think that maybe it was a mistake for Reapery to go in?
Well, if they played it correctly, they could have easily spaced out and hit the Tahm Kench for free. But the problem is that they just kept walking into the Victor's range, and they were split up and got free damage from him. So he was able to hit him over the wall, which shouldn't be possible if played correctly. So he got a very much value out of them. And this was what I was saying. If they're playing on equal terms, basically, on the map state, then Victor is just able to free hit them.
Yeah, and the other thing was the Arcane Storm too came down, and you saw it almost dropped, it almost one-shot Playmaker and SZ4. They almost were 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye by this Victor, so you have to be careful with it.
Yeah, Victor is a very, very strong right now. He's a menace on the map. He is such a big problem. So if we're looking at items, he still has the stopwatch ready, or the Seeker's Armor. He should, if because nothing is happening right now till the next dragon, he should go for. Oh wait, there might be something.
Speaking of nothing happening, but now he actually saved it. He did look to save it, and he'll actually find this Aya dead. He popped the night. He popped the darkness, and SZ4 got too anxious as he was already under attack from Reapery. He popped the Featherstorm, and PJ said, I have patience, thank you very much. And now Reapery's gonna go in under the turret, and now they're gonna look to alternate onto him as they look to take the tower down. But now the between worlds is gonna be popped by Playmaker, but he doesn't elect to use it. As now they're all gonna be looking to back out of there, and they're out of a wave, so they cannot go for the tier 2. But oh, so Constant, hold on a second, and now Playmaker is gonna be caught by Reapery. Oh, 2 for 1 at the end of the day. PJ and SZ4 falling originally, and at the end, Playmaker falling. But that Baron is up. They have to be careful. Playmaker out for 25 more seconds. They're just going to elect to push everything in. Yeah, the gold lead, 5,000. And Potato, hold on, this may, as I'm gonna ask what the angle back into it is, and this may be it. Good content, just caught out by Chachi and exploded. But now they're actually gonna look to turn onto this Baron. And now they're suddenly gonna go in onto this Baron, and Reapery is backing. Potato, do you go for a Miracle Steal, or do you just hand this over?
They have to try.
But hold on, look at the health bars. Look at the health bars that the Baron is doing numbers. And Reapery's here. Hold on, suddenly Reapery's here. And the Nexus is going to go in, and now they're just dead. The pop blast about the 2 of them is going to keep them off the back line, but the Arcane Storm. No, the Arcane Storm is not popped. Sorry, that was the... Oh my god. But Icarus just dead. They thought they had the angle, but the angle was only our way to the bench. The couch was waiting, and he will be tricked into it. But now Reaper is gonna go over the wall and keep his support alive, and Machine Herald will stay alive. And he swallows Chachi, and he's gonna enjoy his meal. He is eating good for Christmas, and it looks like that may just been the end of the game, most likely.
Well, it's for sure the end of the Baron right now. So it was a good opportunity for him. Wait, Zaya might die as well. Yes, she's dead.
SC4 caught out. He will delay the Baron as long as he can. So his teammates may be able to get back up, and they may actually not be able to take this Baron. PJ's dead. That's actually a great sacrifice, but Reaper is still going to start it, and Volibear's on the bottom side. And they're just going to look to handshake the objectives now.
I think there is actually a mistake here. At least one person should walk down to the dragon and contest it and stop them from doing it. Because Baron is already secured with the rest of the team.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's a handshake of the objectives. Machine Herald gonna look to farm in the top side and look at some of the kill counts. Reaper 10 and 2, 275 Heartsteel stacks and 10 stacks on that Dark Seal. And Machine Herald 5-0 and 9. The only player having a good game for the side of Observant Force Jr. is SZ4, who is 5 and 3, and he has 3 items now. That Infinity Edge is going to do so much damage, but the thing is, you have to keep him alive. PJ has just been diving onto him and exploding.
Oh my god.
In Norway tried to flash to take the charge, and he missed, and that's a flash for the Scion ultimate.
But you said that Xayah has 3 items, but the problem is she can't step up. She is gonna get melted, and she can't even reach the Kog'Maw or the Victor.
Yeah, and as soon as
Zion,
he tries to reach
Tahm
for them,
Kench is way
PJ
too
says
tanky.
hello. Yeah, and then PJ will always save his ultimate for Xayah. Once he locates SZ4, then his job is to go in. And we talked about how questionable this Nocturne pick was, but it has definitely turned out well. Yes, he's 4 and 4, but he has exploded the Xayah in each of the past big team fights. And now everyone's going to come down to this bot side, but Machine Herald's not here yet. Keep an eye on that as the Decimating Smash is going to come down. But now they're going to all look to go in, and Machine Herald's going to wait off to the side. They do not know he's here, but now he's going to show his face. And now Chachi going to be chunked down to half HP.
They can't clear.
Yeah,
they don't have the range.
Clear the waves. There's no one to stop the turrets. And now everyone's
They're
gonna go
going
in
for
and
the
they're gonna
dive.
pop it. But now the pop-up's about to 3, but there's no one
Miscommunication.
there to follow up. A miscommunication is massive, and now the Zion's gonna be swallowed up, and SD4 is gonna fall. Observant Force Jr. They're watching their playoff of crumble. Playmaker gonna pop the between worlds, and he's gonna look to fend them off. 3 players, 36 seconds left until your Zion's up, and you must defend. There is a wave crashing in, and Reaper is gonna go in, and now Chachi's gonna be the next up on the chocolate pink block. Getting it to the bounty, yes he can, but Playmaker's dead! And this is it! Observant Force Jr. will not be going to the playoffs. They will be watching from the sidelines. And congratulations to Karmadillos on a 2-0. Lost or Spicy have their hopes still intact, and Karmadillos are 1 series away from playoffs.
What a game. It was just a stomp throughout all lanes. They were struggling so much. Mid lane couldn't get ahead when he should have been able to. So it was such a big problem. Also, Zinzao falling behind to Nocturne, even though he should have been able to get invades with the Aurora on his side. Top lane getting permanently solo killed, getting up those stacks from Dark Seal, which shouldn't be possible. And bot lane, it was only winning for them. But the problem already was that Tahm Kench was so fat, and Victor got already ahead, and he was just a menace. You saw that Xayah was not able to do anything at all in this game. She was not able to reach anyone, and if she tried to hit someone, they were either too tanky with Tahm Kench, or she was already in reach for the other champions, and she got exploded.
Yeah, just Karmadillos playing to their draft strengths. We questioned the Nocturne, but it didn't look too bad at the end. But the highlight player, Reaper on the Tahm Kench, and Machine Herald on the Victor. My MVP of this series goes over to Machine Herald. Just
Absolutely.
an incredibly impressive performance. 1 death through 2 games. Absolutely crazy. But now, guys, we will send it to a quick break. Stick around for our next series upcoming. We will be back in a few minutes.
You'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
Maximum latest track.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a Observant Force get their playoff dreams ripped away from them in front of their very eyes. And for Karmadillos, one step closer to playoffs. And for Lobster Spicy, also, your playoff hopes are still alive. But now we go to a game that is more for seeding. For playoffs, both of these teams are locked in. It is ROSWILD Green versus Ceuta Guardians Academy. And just taking a look at it, ROSWILD Green, I believe, moved to third place with a win here. And if they lose, they are locked into fourth place for playoffs. And Observant Force Jr., this is simply, not Observant Force, Ceuta Guardians. This game doesn't mean much to you. You're locked into the 5th seed. And so going to be a bit interesting how these teams want to handle it. If they maybe get a bit more familiarity on some champions that they aren't so familiar with, or do they play a champion they've never played for fun? It's going to be interesting to see as two of the higher level teams in the league go at it. But my expectations for this series are a ROSWILD Green win. They started out undefeated, I think, to the first 5 or 6 weeks, and have since been 6-2. So a bit of a slowdown for them, but still a really strong team.
Yeah, we will see how things will be played out and who comes out on top.
Yep. I'm excited to see ROSWILD Green play. The last time I saw them play was against Karmadillos, where that was a Game 3 barn burner. But I'm just taking a look at some of the players for these teams and their ranks. Juan for Ceuta Guardians is Gold/Platinum. Fido is Platinum to Diamond. Linkazo is Platinum. Palomito is Gold to Platinum, and Kill is Emerald to Diamond. And for the side of ROSWILD Green, it's... I cannot find them on this sheet. They're not on this sheet, actually. We'll try to get their ranks in a second. Ceuta. I was saying it wrong. It's Ceuta Guardians Academy, my apologies. But first pick is a Jinx, and it's going to be a Caitlyn in response. Potato, what kind of supports are you expecting to see with these two champions?
Well, right now you should just wait on the supports, depending on how other lanes have been picked. You don't want to show your supports that early, especially when you're red side. You want to kind of counter pick their support. You have the winning lane state with the Caitlyn already, and the only thing that the only problem you have that you will be outscaled by the Jinx slowly and surely, but Caitlyn can push in the Jinx and they can get early objectives really quickly.
Yes, they can. And here are the competitive rankings for ROSWILD Green. Gusano is sitting at Diamond. Jin is sitting at Emerald. Knight is sitting at Emerald. Cubis is sitting at Platinum, and Dr. Mate is sitting at Platinum. So definitely, in terms of the ranking or ranked, it definitely favors ROSWILD Green rather heavily.
Okay, right now with the Syndra and the Orianna. With Orianna, you are slightly losing the lane matchup. Because the Syndra is just having the autonomy with her balls in the early stages. But the problem is that Orianna can find good ults against low mobility targets, especially with Malphite on her side. Like you with the Wukong not picking with your team kind of, because you want to get in, and your Syndra and Jinx kind of want to play it slow and find possibilities. But if you get someone to blow up with the Syndra and the Wukong, you can get Jinx excited, and when Jinx gets excited, she's a menace.
Definitely it can be scary, but speaking of scary, we've seen the rise in AP Malphite that just one-shots ADCs and supports. I'm curious to see if this will be going into the jungle or top lane. So we will have to wait and see. And some more of the bans coming out, limiting the support roles. But the thing is, Gusano and Gusano and well, we don't know whether this Malphite is top or jungle, but Gusano has a big support pool for the side of ROSWILD Green, and so definitely something to keep in mind. His Karma was banned out, but Nautilus, Leona, Rel, Pixie loves to play that are still on the board. And also in some picks to look out for, Cubis on his Dr. Mundo and Jin on his Ivern. So this Malphite could be going to either side, and it looks like it's going to be a Renata. What do you make of that?
Well, Renata is very, very good, in my opinion here. She is good in the laning phase with Caitlyn, giving her some attack speed that she's lacking because she's only very strong with like a few auto attacks, and it gives the opportunity against the burst of the two champions with Wukong and Syndra to survive and get a revive against it, so Jinx can't get excited. The only problem you have here is with the one team comp that you are kinda problematic is to play against hard dive, but with the problem they kind of play disengage.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see. And the Braum coming out, I'm interested in that. I feel like the ball can still go through with the Malphite, and the Ornhorn coming in. What do you make of this Ornn pick?
Well, Ornn is actually not a bad pick here. You can play it very well with the Ornhorn and find engages with the Wukong together, and it gives good opportunities. I think you should have been scared of something like the Yasuo in top lane. Even though it's losing in the early stages against Ornn, the Wind Wall here has so much value. It's very good against Jinx Rocket, it's very good against in the team fights with her auto attacks, it's very good against the Syndra Balls, it's very good against the Brombolt, and it's unbelievably great against the Ornhorn. That could have been a scary pick if played correctly, but to pilot Yasuo is very, very difficult. But we will see that it is the Malphite jungle. I am expecting him to go AP this game. You don't really need him to be tanky, because you don't have much consistent damage if one of the carries is out, because then you're winning the 5v4 very easily with having the Renata ults. Renata ult can be very problematic as well against their team comps, because when they are engaging Renata in narrow corridors, you are having so much value with the Renata ult. Jinx killing her own teammates very quickly, and Braum giving passive onto your teammates as well. That is nothing you can should sleep on. So you can even stun your own teammates with that.
Yeah, definitely going to be something to be careful of. I'm interested to see how, or maybe when they're going to use this hostile takeover. Keep in mind too, the hostile takeover could counter the Ornhorn if I'm not remembering wrong, where if you use it onto the Orn, he cannot actually dash and
Yeah, when he's
actually
CC'd,
knock
yes.
it.
When he's CC'd, you can't use your dash anymore. That's very good. It's gonna be very difficult for Ceuta to get into the fights. With the Caitlyn traps and the long distance instant engage from the Malphite, and with Orianna together, someone gets blown up very quickly, and you have no safety against that.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, that blow potential. And Malphite, the shockwave hasten the whole. I'm a little worried for some of the carries for this Chieta Guardians Academy side, as if that Malphite finds his way onto them, and it is a Malphite jungle, which is what I prefer to see, because it means you're roaming around the map more and more opportunities to just suddenly dive onto someone and explode them.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult for both of the carries on Choita's side to pilot the game, because they are in constant threat, and no one can give them safety. They are in constant threat of the Malphite ulti. They are in constant threat of the Renato ulti, Ambassa ulti.
Yeah, it's scary. I have public execution, the Malphite ult, and that ball can go with Cubis or Jin as well. And so suddenly you're getting hit with two ultimates. And then all the while, you've got the backline of Caitlyn free firing away just from so far away. And the hostile takeover, if you try to stop this Ambassa or Malphite, the hostile takeover stops you in an instant. So I heavily favor this ROSWILD green draft for this game.
Oh, it is heavily favored, because Braum doesn't really block anything with his shield. The only thing he blocks is the headshot from Caitlyn with her and her ultimate. And that's basically it. All other spells are absolutely going through those shields. He can only try to disrupt the follow-up with his ultimate. But it's so quick from the side of ROSWILD.
Yeah, I definitely do not like this Braum pick at all. But now we will start to get into game one here. It will be Chieta Guardians Academy versus ROSWILD Green. And again, not too much to play for these teams, but for ROSWILD Green, you're just playing for placement. You want to be the third seed instead of the fourth seed. And for Chieta, doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah. So, looking at it, I think it would have been better if Ambassa goes less for the laning phase with the grasp. She should have probably went for Conqueror to get quicker one-shot potentials onto the carries. And I don't really think you need phase rush on Orianna this game, because yes, you can be engaged onto by Wukong and Ornn with the ult, but you should not be stepping in front and try to hit your spells, because you're already getting outranged by Syndra. So you are just basically waiting for your champions with Ambassa and Malphite to do the engage for you.
Yeah, and I think the reason Cubis is going with the grasp is so that he can be the tank role while Jhin will build AP. And that's what I'm guessing is why. And again, something to keep in mind is this game doesn't mean too much to these teams, so they may be testing things out. You may be practicing a champion, like maybe Calvo said, hey, I want to practice playing Braum. And so the Braum pick makes no sense, but again, it could be just practice. We don't truly know. We do not get to talk to the players, but hopefully we get a really good competitive game here, as Cheryl's going to be pulled in by Gusano and just take a little bit more trading.
Well, with Braum you have a little bit of an early advantage in the laning phase, but from now on level 2, if you're getting pulled in by the Q, that means you're getting instantly trapped from Caitlyn, and that means a lot of damage. But it should be slightly favored for the Braum side, but not for long.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see, as note now that Vega on the Wukong is pathing top side and Jhin is pathing bottom side. Do you expect any early ganks out of either of these junglers?
No, really. I think it's just a little bit weird that VR is going for the path to the top side and not being there if there is any possibilities for bot lane to be Doven.
Yeah, I think it's a little weird too. Maybe trying to spice things up and maybe look for an angle onto that top side, as the Ambessa does start off a little squishier than most top laners. But now we see a bit more trading on the top side, but it's the top lane. They fight a lot, like fighting at a bar. Nobody wins. You just have the police and the junglers come up and arrest you because you're being dumb.
This can be very scary. Oh, she missed. She's missed. But this can be very scary for Ornn here. He didn't get to crash the wave.
Yeah, but he'll back out just as Jhin was arriving, and Jhin gonna be a bit slower on his clear now. But both top laners should be going back here. Cubis opting to take the few extra minions, but that means it's going to be more delayed coming back, as the mid lane just trading a lot. You mentioned that Syndra does win a little earlier than Orianna, and so it's definitely a little scary, because the problem is if she's in the range of your ball, you're in the range of her ball. And so a lot of soccer is going to be played in the mid lane, or excuse me, football. I am American. We call it soccer here. But now Vega gonna opt to start the dragon early, and probably actually wasn't spotted on the Scuttlecrab vision because he dashed over the wall. But they may know. I was gonna say they may know something's up, and they're gonna find out that something is indeed up, but the bodyguards are already here, and this first streak will be going over to the side of Chieta Academy.
A little bit weird to see the Malphite going for the tank option in this game. I really don't like that. Yes, he's gonna be very tanky, and it is not going to be killed at all. But if you're just going AP this game, you are for sure.
Oh wow, Vega's gone in the mid lane. Viga's just gone. He went in for the gank and got a little too excited, and Knight just punishes him.
So what I was saying, yes, Malphite is going to be very, very tanky. And it's going to be very, very difficult to kill him. But you don't need to be tanky when you are basically just eliminating both of the targets.
We have a disconnect. The game will be paused as the Wi-Fi spirits come to get us again. But yeah, I agree with you. I'd rather see the AP Malphite, especially when you went with Grasp on the Mbessa. I talked about maybe the plan was to build it a bit more tanky, to be that tank role. And now you're just kind of saying, hey, that was never the plan. And you're kind of just invalidating the Grasp stacks, I feel like.
Yeah, no, I think the Grasp was basically just because it was autopiloting to win the laning phase, nothing more. He wasn't really thinking about like going tanky, because the Grasp doesn't mean a lot for the tankiness when you're looking at the champions that are being played. You as ambassador here, you should just try to be like going a little bit more damage wise as well. Like pseudo bruisery, because like I said, if you are finding one opportunity to kill someone, it's very, very difficult for the rest of the team of this of the side of for blue to survive. Very peculiar that well, with the kill still, but very peculiar that Orianna finds these trades. They should not be able to be found. She's going for the greedy recall as well, and was able to be stopped. This is hurting her very, very much. She is definitely in kill range.
Yeah, Clavius has to be careful, especially when the shockwave is up. Maybe looking to bait it out, and he wants to collect some of the XP. But look who's in the area, as Jin's gonna go in with the Malphite ultimate, and Clavius,
He didn't auto attack. He didn't auto attack.
He didn't auto attack, and Clavius is gonna be able to flash out.
They both misplayed.
Oh my god, that's unacceptable. He didn't auto attack. He walked away. He was either trying to leave it for Knight or thought he had it already.
He was trying to leave it for Knight, but I don't know why you're trying to just secure the kill. Makes no sense to do so.
The Void Grubs will go over. And it'll be a
this
double
might be a
recall.
kill.
Now Dr. Mate's in a little bit of trouble. Cheryl's gonna flash
Misplayed.
off. Now Dr. Mate is
Can he
gonna
live?
look to get out of there, but he doesn't. He has the barrier and he has the flash, and he's
Why
gonna
did he go
flash
for
the
the
Mega
ult?
Death Rocket.
If he goes for the auto attack, he's dead.
Yeah, a questionable decision, knowing Dr. Mate has the flash, and now both summoners burned in the bot lane as the wave is going to crash, but Dr. Mate's gonna stick around to just claim it.
Mistakes all around from both teams, like very big mistakes. Both of them lost a kill for no reason.
Yep, and just not what you want to see in your final game before playoffs, as you got to keep in mind that, again, this is the final game for these teams before playoffs, unless one of them may have a second game, but I do not believe that they do after JB and Finance forfeited their games. But this is your final time to practice, and this is not how you want to have it look.
Is he dead? He might be dead. Oh, Malphite ult is not ready, my bad. I thought Malphite ult was ready. Oh, he's gonna stay. He's gonna stay. He's missed ultimate, but still is dead. But holy, like this is what's gonna happen throughout all the game. They are so low mobility. They are such an easy target for the Malphite ultimate if the flash is down.
Okay, I am back. My Wi-Fi died.
No worries. Okay, I have one thing that you should look at here. Everyone is going for redemption always in pro play. Here, because of the explosive engage the red team has, you as Brom should go Locket. Because Locket will be in time for the instant burst, while redemption will be too late.
Interesting insight. Thank you very much. As now it looks like it's gonna be a second Drake over, and
The
a
game
little bit of a
stopped.
pause.
But this is gonna be a very difficult fight for red side because they have the ultimate from Malphite down and from Orianna. And while all the ultimates are up from the blue side.
Yeah, and just a little confirmation, we're having some replay issues right now. Riot is trying to make us riot right now, as we will wait for this replay to stop being buggy, and the kills are going over early to the side of ROSWILD green, but the objectives sure aren't. And the thing that
Yeah.
I personally like about Drake stacking early is later on in the game when there's a Baron up and there's a Drake up, and suddenly the other team has to step so gingerly, and you can kind of have a bit more control of the map because of the fact that they have to be so careful, and that it can just put some pressure on them. And the other thing about it is, if you get 3 Drakes and suddenly you're on sole point, when the next Drake is up and there's a Baron, you can handshake the objectives. And so it presents teams with a dilemma. It's like when mom says you have to be home before the streetlights turn on. Do you want to spend the extra 2 minutes looking for the neighborhood cat? Like, you're chasing the cat down. Oh, kitty, I want to pet it. And then suddenly you're not home in time for dinner and you get in trouble. And if you're not there for the Drake, it's going to be really bad. But if you're not there for the Baron, it's going to be really bad. And so definitely have to be incredibly careful here.
Yeah.
I mean, if this Drake does go over.
Yeah, the only thing they have in favor for them right now is that Orianna has her first item already finished.
Yeah, and we'll get back
besides
into
that-
live time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but the team fight's going to start to break out as Jin's going to actually go in, and they're just going on to the Braum, but now he's going to slam down the ultimate, and now everyone's going to be dead as Biega goes up to the back of the cyclone, and now he's going to recast him on the Jin to knock him up, and Knight's going to be back out. And that is a 3-for-0. Just like you said, they shouldn't have walked up. They had no angle, and they're punished for it. As now Knight's going to be the next target, but the Mega Death Rocket misses, and now Cheryl almost goes down, and Knight forced to flash. Both sides want this kill, but neither are going to get it, and now it's going to be the flash for the ultimate.
Yeah, I don't know why they are
And
fighting. It makes
3 for
absolutely
none.
no sense. There's no possibility to enter at all at any point of this situation.
Yeah, definitely just not a good choice there. I mean, you mentioned they didn't have a good angle, and then once you got the angle, your target was Calvo. We talked about how this support ROM wouldn't be blocking much, and you went for the guy who's doing the least. Like, that's just not how this can go.
Well, he's not doing a lot when ults are up, but if ults are down, it's still a Braum with his ultimate, which can be very, very strong. He's okay. Her flash is down. There should have been a kill, or at least they should have looked for a kill there.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, an Orianna with no flash is so immobile. You only have your W and your W is your main damage source. And that means that once you use that W, you don't have it. And so, yes, she has the phase rush, but she still doesn't have much mobility.
Oh, there might be a dive on bot lane.
Might be a
Where's
dive on bot
Malphite
lane and in
going?
top dive as Cubis is going to be chunked out, but Jin
Where's
electing
Malphite
not to do
going?
the dive. I think he wants to invade, but there's nothing to invade. You're robbing a house and the owners moved out a week ago, pal. What are you doing? He's now going to look for the loop back around, but he's actually going to be spotted on vision.
Now he's too late, yeah.
He's too late and he's spotted on vision, but Calva's going to step up into him. And now Calva may be in a little bit of trouble as Gusano's going to pull him back, but now he's going to jump over to Cheryl. And now the hostile takeover comes over the top, but
What is
the
Vuko
glacial
doing? Why isn't
fissure
he
will
here?
land on both. And now Viga gonna take his time to come over, but now both sides should be walking away. But Clavios is not gonna be walking away, but the Oriana Shockwave is gonna miss, and the public execution misses too. Two massive misses on the ultimates, and Clavios will walk out.
Very big mistakes on both sides again. Well, no, not both sides. On the side for the red team.
Yeah, just interesting to say the least, as ultimate after ultimate were with, and Jin not really knowing what he wants to do, as he also started backing on vision, and then Viga a little hesitant to come down, but it works out. His teammates are fine, but now Viga's gonna look onto the top side, and Cubis is going to sense that something's up, and he's going to back off as pings now come down onto the Rift Herald with Cubis backing off. And
Promise
Viga and Nishi should
Renata is
be able
moving
to
as
claim
well.
this.
Both of them having ults down.
Yeah, now there's going to be a dive on the Clavius in the mid lane end of the Shockwave's going to pull him back, and Jin and Knight claim a kill, and now they're going to move up.
Why are
to
they
look
still staying here?
Rift
They
Herald.
might be getting killed here. Oh my god.
And they do secure the Rift Herald, but now Viega's going to be on the wrong side of history as he's going to be caught between the other members. He uses the cyclone to get out of there, but it's not going to be enough, it looks
Flash
like.
is such a
Because now
waste.
Jin will flash forward, and Calvo now is suddenly going to be dove on onto by Cubis. Cubis is going in on top of him, but his teammates are not going to be there for the follow-up, and they'll walk away with 2 dead after that extended fight.
I don't know why they were trying to force that. It makes absolutely no sense. After you get the mid lane killed, you are not going to get anything out of that. First tower is gonna fall in bot lane anyways. And you're not gonna get an opportunity to put it mid lane or anywhere else. So you're just losing all around the map. You lose a lot of gold, you lose a lot of XP, and you're losing out in the damage on the towers. So Herald is just a complete lose here.
Yeah, the only small win out of it was getting the Herald and getting the feats of strength, but it's maybe not worth it.
Oh, they got feats. I didn't see that. My bad. I'm blind as hell. Then it's
So-
fine. Feats is good. Feats is important.
So they got the feats off of getting their 3rd objective, and they had the 3 kills, but now jostling for position around this Ocean Drake, as it is an Ocean Soul, and that's not what, if you're this side of Chieta Guardians, you do not want to see that on this Ambessa or Malphite, as that'll be terrifying. And on the other side, you don't want to see an Ornn with an Ocean Drake, as they're going to pull out the Drake, but now all 5 members are here, as everyone's going to start collapsing, but the
Blue team
Syndra
can't contest.
is
They
on
can't
the wrong
contest.
side. Yeah, they should not walk up into this. The ball is going to stand. Garbinish is going to call in the Ornhorn, and he's going to look to knock out 3 of them, and now
maybe.
everyone's going to go in with the flashes, and now Jin's going to be
Oh,
put
they
into
got-
the
she got the
the
ult.
back line. Dr.
Jinx
McGill
got
looks to
excited.
bail out, but he's not going to find a bailout. Jinx is excited as now Cupid's going to look to get out of there, but he doesn't have the flash until now, and he's going to use it to flash over the wall, but may just be enough. But Dr. May and Knight got exploded by
Yeah,
Clavios on the backside, and everyone went in onto Jin, and the flank works out.
Yeah, they completely messed up. They clumped up all together for no reason and got a perfect Warnhorn from 3 targets, and then you get a perfect stun from the Cinder as well.
Yeah, now Gusano can only watch as his in tier 2 will fall and the tier 1 on the bot side is falling. And suddenly, when ROSWILD Green had a 3,000 gold lead, Chieta Guardians have just brought it all the way back from the brink, and now they're the ones with an over 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, the tank Malphite doesn't do anything here. It doesn't do anything at all because you have so much penetration on the side of the blue team with the Wukong Q.
Yeah, and it's just not looking good. I mean, right now, Jin is still up itemization-wise over Vega, but I believe Vega still has a back to do as the 2-item power spikes are going to start coming online. You can see the bot laners very close to both of theirs, and for the mid laners, both have 2 items, but I've started to less and less like seeing Collector. Obviously, when it has the execute, it can be so good. But speaking of execute, Jin's going to look onto Cheryl. But Cheryl should be able to just run out of this with Calvo's support. Unless Jin's actually going to find it. And he finds it. Another Redemption's going to come out. And now Gusano's going to go in onto them. And Cheryl's going to flash over the wall and get out of there as the Glacier Fissure comes out. But now Calvo went back in the middle of them. And Vika's going to look for the Master Cyclone. He's going to land onto 3, but he cannot find more for that. And he's going to be exhausted up as Karmadillos is going to come down. Jin's in the front line and he's still tanky. But the problem is that Shockwave onto 3. The Shockwave onto 3, and now they're all going to be falling. Cheryl's dead, Calvo's dead, and now Clavius is gonna be next on the chopping block as Jin runs him down, and Knight's gonna be there, and the ace in the hole.
Why is Orianna doing this?
Knight went back in! Knight went back in, and he's gonna die for it, and it's a 3-for-1 at the end of the day.
There was absolutely no reason for Orianna to die here. Caitlyn already had the kill with her ultimate. They should have just went for the Atakan. Unbelievable.
They should have just went for the Otacon indeed. A bit of a miscommunication. Maybe Knight thought the ace in the hole wasn't up, but what a great shockwave from Knight. It's a shame that he sullied the good name of the play there. He had the massive shockwave on the 3, which led on to kills on the bot lane duo. And Vega was barely able to get out of there, but now there's pings onto the Otacon as Nishi's actually going to start this. Now Cubis has checked this, he is aware, and Knight does have the teleport, but now he's going to teleport in, but he's still a little bit
weird.
away from
Wukong
this.
doesn't have ultimate.
Yeah, Wukong doesn't have ultimate, and now they're all stuck in the middle. And now Gusano's gonna look to get ready. And now the Ornhorn's gonna be called in, but Jin is going in, and it's a massive knockabout to two of them. Public execution comes out as now the Wukong knockup comes over, but it's still not enough as he casts the Cyclone, but he's spinning to his death. His Knight's gonna fall, but he's gonna look for a bailout, and he gets the bailout. 5 for as the Otacon goes over to the side of ROSWILD Green.
Absolutely unbelievable. I don't know why they are trying to force this. They do not have the Wukong ultimate ready for the fight already, and it's very difficult for them to fight against the Malphite and Ambassa and the Orianna combo. I told you, but even though they misplayed and didn't get the one shot onto the Jinx, she still couldn't get done anything because there was so much damage on the side of the red team.
Yeah, and just I mean, you were caught in the middle of all of them. You knew they were collapsing, and you still elected to stick around. And not only did they stick around, they stood in a group. I mean, they looked like a bunch of penguins huddled together trying to survive the cold winter. I mean, they were backs against the wall and nowhere to go. They didn't even try to try to take the escape route through the tri-brush. And now this should be the next Ocean Drake going over. They know that Jin's here, but they don't know how many members are
They
here.
should never try to do this.
They're actually going to try to contest and go into it, but now the stuns are going to land, and now it's going to be a massive knockup for Nishi as he's going in. But now it's Clavios on the backside going to be falling, and the Ornhorn does not come through, and now Dr. Main's going to look to get out of there, but Gusano's going to look to get his teammates out of there, but it doesn't matter. Dr. Main's going to be pulled back in, and Gusano's going to be pulled back in, but here's Knight and Cubis. Knight and Cubis, or sorry, Jin and Cubis are going to find a kill as Gusano's going to look to get away from there, and Calvin will fall, and Gusano walks away. Nishi goes in and finds a kill onto him, but he'll give his life for it. A double kill onto Knight and a 2 for 5 as ROSWILD Green are running the rift right now.
This is just absolutely doomsday plays. There's nothing they can do. There's just way too much engaged that they can't stop. I was talking about that already from the start of the game. There is nothing, absolutely nothing Jinx and Syndra can do about anything the whole game long. They're just sitting there like ducks and waiting to be collected.
Yeah, it's duck hunting season, and ROSWILD Green are great shooters. As now Clavio's sitting at 5 and 5, but Cheryl sitting at 1 and 3. And Clavius, the only member having an at least decent game for the side of Chieta. But when you look over, today's been the story of the mid laners as Knight is 7 and 2, 3 and 0 on Cubis, and Gusano's gonna take a little peek into this, but Jin's also gonna be here. And they should be able to get out of this. Nuclear warhead, indeed. If you clump up too much, you will be gone. And the hostile takeover still exists. The Malphite ultimate still exists. The public execution still exists. It's so scary to try to walk into them, and they've got so many ways to lock you up and set you up for the shockwave. As now the Ornhorn's gonna come down on the top side, but the shockwave will respond, and Jin's gonna dive in, and he's gonna knock up all 3 of them. But now Viegas is gonna go in with the Cyclone. It's gonna look to burst that Knight, but it's not gonna be enough, and Nishi's gonna fall as well. Calvo will fall in the extended fight in the jungle. It'll be support for ADC over there, but now Jin's on the prowl, and he's gonna look, but Clavius may be able to get away with the distraction of Cheryl, but no, he's not backing, and he actually shows his face for a minute there. He's just gonna go in on Cheryl, and he's gonna find it under him, but now the public execution, and this Jinx will go down.
She's dead too.
Clavius is dead too.
This is
Knight
just Baron.
says my balls are superior to yours, and it is just a complete spanking here in game 1.
Yeah, there's nothing the ADC or the mid laner can do all game long. They're just completely struggling. From team fights, they are not able to hit. The second they try to hit someone, they're just getting blown up by the Orianna and the Malphite and the Ambassa. Nothing they can do. No one can help them. No one, absolutely no one. They're just living there and sitting, trying to be waiting to be collected. Absolute tragedy. But somehow they didn't even do the Baron. I do not know why. They had enough time for that.
They had more than enough time, indeed. And they elected to just push down the turrets, maybe saying, hey, we can get the Baron later, but we want to take the guaranteed gold on the map right now. But they will be spotted moving over here, and so they will know something's up. And look at the teleports. The top laners are on the bot side. They both have their teleports, but pings are coming down that there's 4 members here in the mid lane, and so they have to be careful as the next Drake will be up soon, and there's going to be pings onto the Baron, and now they're going to go onto the Baron, and they don't know. There's no awareness. They're finally realizing our opponents have disappeared from the mid lane as the top laners are stuck down there.
The Baron is gone.
The Baron is gone, and Calvo's not even there. Calvo was roaming to the bot side, and it's just a little too late for them to realize what's happening.
And without the Ornn, they can't blindly check anything. It's such a problem that the Ornn is not there and trying to split push against the Ambessa. They're trying to set up for the Drake now. They're somewhat on equal items, but I don't see how they're surviving any engages.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they don't want to
Thinking
hand
to
over
the
the
dragon.
Drake because it's the whole point. They have started it, but now they're taking their time going in. They know they don't have to rush
Red
it,
team
but
is
they
very
do have to
slow.
rush when the Drake's just gone. But now the Glacial Fish is going to come in, and the Ornhorn is going to come in over the top. But the Ornhorn onto 3. Public Execution
They're
onto the back line
disconnected.
as it comes out. Public Execution is out onto 2, but now Dr. Bates in trouble. As Gusano's in trouble, but now Big is going to fall in the backside. And Cubans is going to go onto them. But now Cubans is going to back up to try to get his laners out of there. And the Mega Death Rocket is just barely not enough. Joe's going to look to run in, but he's on low at the Orianna. Knight is a demon, as he will take 2 kills. You thought you had us. Try again next time. 12, 2, and 10, and they will run it down mid lane.
They have been very disconnected from the red side. That was such a bad positioning by all of them, and they're still just running free and winning the fights without any problems.
It's not looking good. I mean, they're just getting crushed. It's a 9,000 gold deficit right now. And if Potato, is there any way back into this game? I mean, the only thing I'm looking at is that they are on Soul Point.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult to hold on for those 5 minutes when Baron is spawning, but it's the only hope they have to get Baron, to get the dragon and somehow fight it. But the problem is it's an Ocean Soul against an instant burst combo. Ocean doesn't do anything against the burst. You have to fight long extended fights for Ocean to come in play.
Yeah, and there's not good disengage either. I mean, Calvo has the Glacial Fissure, and Cheryl can get excited and run away, but I'm just not seeing a good solidified way to say, hey, we'll get all 5 of you out of here when we dive in. The Ornhorn takes too long. Speaking of the Ornhorn, it's going to be called in trying to save the turret, but now it's just going to go towards Knight. But yeah, I mean, you targeted the lone Orianna, who's just so fed, and now the base is going to start collapsing. They're going to not take the inhibitor in mid yet. We talked about it in game 1 about being careful about handing over more gold, and they're going to group up, but Jin going to be able to walk out of there, and this tank Malphite has been working out as Knight going to throw the ball in, so you better back off, and Cubus going to do a little bit of chip damage to the inhibitor, but what can you do for this side of Chiesa? You were stuck in your own base. And keep in mind that ROSWILD have 2 Ocean Drakes, so they are healing through this time. Yes, Knight and Jin have been chunked down, but it doesn't matter when you're regaining it. And now Cubus is going to be going in onto Viega outside, and now it doesn't matter that the clone is out. He's going to just trade with them both down to about half HP, and Cheryl's going to finally come over to make sure that Viega's okay. But pings are coming down everywhere. They're aware that they're just camping for the minion waves. There's nothing else to go for on the map. But Dr. Main is going to be bursted out, and the bailout does not come through. And now they're going to go in on the bottom side, but now Ricky is going to be knocked away. But
yeah, they're mistiming the waves constantly. And
they're mistiming the waves, but now Knight's gonna pop the stopwatch, but
Knight
now
should
he's
be
in the middle
dead.
of all of them. And Calvin's
missed.
gonna go down, but the Orianna chunk is gonna be massive, but now Clavius is found another one. The public execution going down to Cheryl. But Cubans doesn't
Jinx
have
goes
enough
crazy
damage,
here.
Just get up here there, but now the ultimate's gonna come in, and he's not gonna be able to find enough damage onto him. He's gonna look to chase down Cheryl, but it's not enough. Maybe it is. Yes, it is. A 2 for 5. And all they have to show for it is slowing down the mid-wave push.
yeah, I mean,
There's
both of
nothing
them,
to
they
take
are
on the map.
they're misplaying their timing so massively. They are not connecting the bot lane and the mid lane wave at all. They're just blindly pushing, so giving just waves to the blue side. It's a big problem, and with Jinx you have very good wave clear, and with the Syndra you need the Baron to finish the game. On the side of red, for the red team, maybe you get a kill here.
And they will get a kill, and the
You
Syndra ult
trade.
came out, but it's a traded kill. Dr. Mate died after the kill went through, so the bailout could not come through. And suddenly, look at the map. Everyone's coming back, and so Ceuta will be the first one to the Drake, but I think they're aware that there's not many members here, and
Yeah.
now the Jinx over in the bot
But-
side. But you gotta go. Why are you farming the mid wave? You're gonna look to push it in a little bit, but now remember, Klavios and Dr. Mate are down. There's now everyone's gonna go in onto Calvo, and Cubis is just going into the back line as he's just gonna keep going onto them, and now Vic is gonna be caught in the pit as the Ornhorns are gonna come down, but now Cubis is gonna dodge it, and the Ornhorn completely wins as the hostile takeover goes over the top. Chill's in the back line, Chill can't help. Megan Death Rocket does nothing as the Drake is gonna be stolen away, and now Cubis is onto the back line. Vic is looking to cycle to get it out of there, but
is
Chill's
game. This is
dead,
game.
Calvo's dead, everyone's dead. This is gonna be game. Nichi has to get back and help. And Klavios is the only one back, and the no Ocean Soul going over. But now Knight and Cubits are here, and they have a minion wave. Knight's gonna get chunked out majorly. He does not have the shockwave. Is Nichi going to look to stand guard? And now they're just going to back off, and they're going to go grab another Baron. There's nothing that Ceuta can do to stop the Baron from going over.
They have the time opportunity. They can just wait for the Syndra to respawn and teleport. Caitlyn will not be there for the fight. I don't know why they're opting for a 4v4. They still have the Ambassador, the Malphite, and the Orianna together, which are just such a strong combo, and your Jinx can't hit in any team fight. It doesn't make sense. They're always opting for fights they can't win.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Jinx was trapped on the wrong side of the pit. She was watching from the tri-brushes. All she could do is cheer on her teammates. She grabbed some pom-poms, go team, go. But without you, you're not actually a team. And obviously Klavios, the main carry here, the only one who's actually having a good game. The only relatively decent game otherwise is Nishi and Calvo, but Calvo is 0-7-14. Nishi 2-4-7, and now they're gonna look to push down the base as Nishi looks to send in the bot side, but he's got to get back. These are Baron empowered minions that are gonna be coming in, and they're gonna look to clear the waves. Viega opting to hide under their top side turret as Gusano is gonna be chunked out by Klavios. Klavios is the main one to watch. That is who Jin is gonna be targeting. If Jin fights Klavios, this is over. And the public execution business, but Jin is not gonna go in, and now the Ornhorn's gonna come in as I popped it. And now Jin actually found it, but he's not enough. Cubans is gonna go for it, and Viega's gonna choke him all down in the backside. Knight's in trouble.
Jinx, get excited.
Gusano's gonna look to get out of there. Jinx is really excited now. Knight and Gusano cannot get out of there. They're looking to get out of there, but now the handshake is gonna look to push him back as Knight's gonna go back in. Why is Knight going in?
You missed.
And Knight should be dead, but everything's missing, and now another big massive shield is gonna come out, and they will get out of there. And look on the bot side. Klavios is pushing this down. Suddenly, this is a bit of an angle for them. They've got to run it down mid and get as much gold back as they can. But now, Knight is available. He's going to look to defend, but he's getting chucked out by Klavios. He's going to look to go in with the ultimate. And it's still not enough. Knight is dead now. Klavios dropping him in his place. But look at the map. It may not be enough. They cannot access the tier 3 turret. They can only push in, but now the members are respawning, and you survived, but only for now.
Yeah, such big misplays on the red side. They are not on the same page ever on any spots. I don't know what they are doing. The communication is completely off. They are trying to fight things there is nothing to fight for. They can just play the game slowly with the Baron, let the minions do their job, just wait and collect all the inhibitors. or basically just mid lane and bot lane inhibitors. There's nothing they can engage on. What
But
is Syndra
speaking-
doing?
Well, they found something to engage on. Clavios was trying to tame a dragon before it even spawned. Maybe making it a nice little home in hopes it'll go home with them. And he will
Flash
be
ult from
caught out.
Malphite.
Flash ult from Malphite may look big. He's gonna go for it on his Cheryl, and he's gonna find Cheryl with the knockup, but he's not the barrier. He's gonna look to go back over the top as Gusano and Cubis are gonna
He
be
can just
shot
tank, he
out
can
by
just
the
tank.
Glacial Fissure. And now the Ornorn's gonna come out. Jin is gonna look to take it, but now Cubis and Gusano are in
Jinx.
trouble as the Master
Jinx
Psycho
reset.
going over the top. Jinx has the reset. And Clavios is dead, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna look to hold him back one more time. And now Clavios 15 seconds left until he's up, but they're gonna look to push
Jinx
down the
is still
towers. But now
alive.
Jin doesn't have the ultimate.
to wave clear.
Daryl is the big member to look at, but the shockwave is not
Anything.
enough. And suddenly they're gonna go in onto the back line, and now everyone's gonna be tracked down as Calvo is already
It's
dead. But Jin's gonna look to go in, but Digi's gonna look to stop him. Digi's
No
already
one-
gonna be dead.
Jinx.
And now Cubis is on the
Jinx is
Cheryl as
dead.
no one's protecting Jinx. The president was not kept safe. And Viega may be going down next if Knight cannot find it, but Clavios is here. And Clavios is looking to drop you. 5 for 3. As Clavios will come back from the dead and find the ace.
Just unbelievable, I'm hearing. They are getting the Ocean Soul here. They have the opportunity on a 4v5. Just get the soul for free. And you can even look for the finish. Just play it slow. When you're looking for the flash Malphite ulti, you should have went way earlier. At least 3 seconds earlier. Then your team was able to catch up to you. But you were waiting so long till everyone is just split up. I don't know what anyone is doing. They're off timing all the time.
Yet this has not looked like a team in ROSWILD. Green, one of the best teams in the league. They've not been playing like it. I mentioned that teams may not be taking these games as seriously, but this is just a colossal collapse. And look at the gold. It's almost dead even. Only 1,300 separates them. And we had a 10k gold lead before. And
This
now
point, gold doesn't matter anyways.
yeah, I was going to say the full builds are coming online. The noticeable differences is that the Jinx on Cheryl on the Jinx is not at a full build. Compared to Dr. Mate, who has a full build. But Dr. Mate has just been getting burst out of every single fight. It has not looked good. Now they're going to look to play Bouncer at the nightclub and make sure that this Baron can spawn and in their favor. But now it's going to look like Cubis is going to go in onto Viega. No, just a little bit of trading and walking out. They do not know where the other teams are. The Baron has spawned. Jin is waiting in this brush. This is it. This is going to be the game right here.
They can't
Yeah,
step in.
Dr.
Malphite
Mate,
is way too
Dr.
scary.
Mate can take the Baron alone. Keep that in mind. They gotta go. They gotta go, but
Jinx
they
just
can't even
keep
walk
going,
up into
pushing
him.
mid lane.
50.
This can be scary.
Yeah, the Jinx is not here. They're gonna look to try to scare them off of it, but you can't scare Dr. Mate as everyone's just waiting
This is
for the
very
perfect
slow.
engage opportunity. But now the Baron's gonna go down, and now they're
You
gonna
need
look
to
to
stop
recall.
them.
But Viega's gonna look to stop them from the recall, and the Jinx is gonna go in on the back line. Hold on a second, the base is gonna be broken. They're gonna look to race back, and they will get back in time to stop Cheryl. Cheryl's gonna look to go down here as
Ah,
the
the
public
flash is such a
execution will
waste.
secure it, but go back over at the jungle. The Ornor is gonna come in and make sure Gusano's gonna drop, and somehow this is a 1-for-1. But the Baron is over to the side of ROSWILD Green, and the pings are coming out, and now everyone's going to back up. ROSWILD Green are gonna look to charge this down mid lane. They have to be careful though. You've already
is dead
tried
for
twice,
33
and you've
seconds.
already fallen twice. Yes, and the Jinx is dead, but they're not going. They're electing not to go.
I don't know why they are not trying to push forward. They're preparing the bot lane wave. This is okay-ish. But still, they could have done way more with the Jinx being dead.
Yeah, it feels like it was a great opportunity, and they elected to stay passive. And now it may be a little bit of a 3-on-3 here. I think they are aware of Klavios, but are they aware of Viega? As now everyone's going to look to collapse, and now this may be a lot of trouble as 5 members are going to look to be collapsing on, and Knight's going to understand what's going on, and the teleport's going to come out, and they're not going to elect to go for it. That was your chance to make a difference in this game, and they elected not to. Cubits is in the top lane with a teleport. Keep that in mind, but Cubits is going to look to charge it down the top lane as everyone's just jostling for position in this game.
Yeah, this is just very, very scary all the time for the blue team. They're also playing against the Baron now. One misstep and they might just die. Jinx has their GA now, so a little bit of safety, but if she falls, she still is out of the fight.
Yeah, it's very scary. One death here on the wrong person could spell the end of the game, as Klavios is actually going to look to go up a little bit to trade on to Dr. Mate. Is just going to get healed back up, as look at all 3 lanes. The top and bot in tier 3 turrets are starting to fall, as Knight is now alone in the middle, but Nishi's in a 2 versus 1, as there's 4 members looking to stop the 3, but now the top inhibitor is going to go down, and the bot tier 3 is going to go down. Cheryl does have a Guardian Angel. Keep your eye on that. That may be the difference here, as Viega going to go on to Cubits, but no, he's just going to be backed off by Knight. This shockwave is going to be so important, but look, Dr. Mate doesn't have summoners, as there's going to be flashes missing across the carries for the side of Chieta and for the side of ROSWILD Green.
Yeah, but they can't find an opening.
Yeah, but if they find one opening, it may just be wraps. As now everyone's going to look to position, as Cubits is going to trade a little bit with Nishi, but now they're going to look to keep him back. And the shockwave comes out, but Cheryl's only down to half HP. That's not what you wanted. There was no follow-up, and now that shockwave is going to be down for a little bit, as Cheryl's going to go back to the fountain and heal up. Keep in mind that Guardian Angel 2 exists, but now the inhibitor turrets, or sorry, excuse me, the Nexus turrets are going to start to drop as the waves are crashing. Look at this mid wave coming in, and Soul will also be spawning soon. They may want to look at backing off, but no, they want to finish. They do not want this game to keep going, as now this will be the final stand. The wave clear looks good, but the top and the bot lane waves are crashing, as Cheryl's going to be chunked out yet again, and Oriana's shockwave is going to be coming back up. Viega's going to look to be chunked out too. Jin is going to step up, but just testing the waters, and the shockwave is legit. General Bundy on all of them is going to be the revival position. Over the top. Hostile takeover is going to be massive, as the Glacier Fisher going to come out, and Viega's going to look to dive on the back line. And the cycle is massive. Jin's dead. Cupid's is dead. And everyone's falling to the side of ROSWILD Green. Dr. Mate is now dead, as Knight is gonna be in trouble, and Knight's gonna drop. So will Gusano. And look at this comeback. They will stand tall yet again, and look what's on the map. Hello to that dragon, Soul.
Oh, the dragon. Soul is already
Elder
been taken.
Dragon, sorry, excuse me. I'm just so excited and discombobulated from all that's gone on in this game. Nishi tasked with defending as Klavios pushes, and the rest of the members will take the Elder Dragon. As look at the death timers, the next one up is Dr. Mate in 20, but it may be a little too late. But now Nishi has a difficult task. Keep in mind, those bot and top lanes are crashing together. They have to go back and help, as those waves are going to be oh so overwhelming with the super minions. And even though you have the Elder, you're still stuck in your own base.
Yeah, one thing that I want to point out, the tower has so low HP that even without the minions, you can get it in theory. So if they should be scared of a backdoor, this is a real possibility here. But the problem is, they are constantly fumbling away those wins. They are not having enough damage. They are getting one target, but they are then just completely left in the open. Such a big problem.
Yeah,
They're
and it still
fumbling a
feels
free
so
win.
discoordinated. They haven't been able to follow up on Knight's Shockwaves. Now a third Baron on the docket, but they have to be careful and look at the pings onto the base, and suddenly they should be able to grab this unless Viega steps up a bit too far. And they have to back up and defend the Nexus turrets as the Mega Death Rocket is going to come out, and the Baron will be falling. And now they have to defend and they have to hand it over. It's just not pretty. Ceuta is just too far behind. It doesn't matter what they do. You can't go right here, as they will back off and look at the item builds. It is full builds for everyone except for the supports and Vega on the Wukong.
Okay, they have basically one wave in top and bottom lane with double super minions. They still have the Baron. They can play with that. It's gonna be a in like 20 seconds. This is gonna be their one possibility to defend. It's very difficult. Elder Drake is still up, but 2 empowered super minions are 4 empowered super minions are very scary. This can be one misstep and they just lose. But against the Elder Dragon, it's gonna be difficult. They mistime their waves, so they are able to clear the bot lane wave before top lane wave even arrives.
Yeah, I was going to say the Jinx has great wave clear, and these inhibitors are coming back up, but the thing is they're all 3 going to be dropped at around the same time, which means all 3 waves will be coming in with super minions if Cubis secures the spot, but no, they're not even going to secure the top side. Elder Drake buff is gone. Keep that in the back of your mind as they look to defend here. But Clavios is not on the main. And Clavios is actually going to go in on the night. He's going to pop the stop motion, but now he's got to get out of it. But Clavios is on the wrong side of history. Just going to be coming in the order.
Why are they splitting up?
Target Knight. And they're actually splitting up, and now the carries are going to be brought down on the backside, and now they're going to go in onto the bottom. But now the hostile takeover is going to do absolutely nothing. It's going to be dropping in now. Cupid is going to be going in on the show, get excited. But the Guardian Angel will bring you back to life and bring you back to your death. It's a 5-for-1, and suddenly this may be going the other way.
They end the game here.
Keep in mind, there is a super minion
game
coming in on the bot side, but it doesn't matter. This is just going to be the game. The death timer's Knight is up in 35 seconds.
It's too long.
Wait here.
It's too long.
ROSWILD
melting the towers.
Can only watch in despair. They had it in the bag for oh so long, and they fumbled it. They slipped on the ice and they fell all the way back down the stairs. And Ceuta will take a shocking game 1.
Yeah, unbelievable that they got the comeback after having 3 inhibitors twice and getting the Baron a lot of times. They were just fumbling a lot of times. Like this is unbelievable.
thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you.
Back, everybody. We just saw such an intense game one, a shocking game one. I mean, wow, that was not what we expected. ROSWILD Green going up so much, so early, just to, I mean, they fell apart, they lost it all.
And so many opportunities to win the game, but they couldn't find an angle to end it. It was really, really dramatic. I don't know if they can mentally bounce back from that.
Yeah, it especially felt like their primary, what they used for their primary engage was the Malphite ult and the Orianna ult, but there's just never a follow-up once they use those ultimates.
They never combined it at any place anyways.
Yeah, and that's something we highlighted in the pre-chats, is how good it would be together. What if you're a coach here, Potato, what do you tell ROSWILD Green to get their head in the game?
Try to get the last game out of your mind completely. Try to ignore it. Don't talk about it at all. Ignore it completely. Just try to reset mental. Get a braver in. And just go for the next game. Like, last game didn't happen at all.
Yeah, if I was the coach, I'm telling my team, hey, like, you guys need to play together. They were not playing together there.
No, don't talk about the last game. It's not good for the mental. Just ignore the last game. Take a breather. Talk about the new game. Talk about what you're gonna do next. Don't mention anything about the last game. Talk about it like tomorrow. There is no need to talk about it right now. But all the teammates know that this was a bad game.
mean, frankly, it was an embarrassment, especially from such a high caliber team here in ROSWILD Green.
Okay. So
But
let's talk about draft
getting into this
now.
draft, yep.
You have a good setup with the Ash Arrow already. And picking away the Melio for the cleanse is very good already. But you have the answer with the Mal already for blocking or shooting the arrow back. That's very good. Having a lot of spell shields as well against the Ash Arrow. So it's gonna be very, very difficult for her to find anything. So blinding the Ash is not very good.
I agree with you there, and I'm curious to see what they pair with the Nocturne. What would you like to see paired with this?
Well, I think here Nocturne should actually be used as a defensive tool with the ultimate. So you just let the Mel poke with her Q, so you play another poke champion, and then just wait for them to get lower and lower, and then you can engage with the Nocturne. So he's just a defensive tool at the start, just having his shield to block the Ash ultimate, and just having his paranoia. So no, it's a bit more difficult to follow up for the red team, for the blue team.
Fair enough. I like ROSWILD Green's drafts so far. As you said, the numerous spell shields. Also, I'm curious to see what top laner they pair with this, as the Silver Ultimate is probably going to be used as a disengage tool as well. At least right now, like Nocturne is already going to be in the middle of the mall, and you're not really running him down with Mel.
Yeah, they also don't really have a response to Cassante on the blue side so far. It's gonna be a little bit difficult. I think they need something to withstand the poke a little bit and withstand the engage as well. So they need something that is like a little bit more tanky and is able to manage with the Mal poke. Pantheon isn't the answer here. Absolutely not. They're all close range again. They're all close range again. It's gonna be very, very difficult.
Honestly, a terrible pick. It's not great into the Cassante. As you mentioned, like they're all close range. You have to walk into ROSWILD Green, and the other scary thing is this maybe a Vladimir coming out last, but not a whole lot of range. What do you make of that?
They are all completely going to struggle against the Mel. Absolutely everyone. And if you're just picking disengage, there is nothing they really can do. They are not able to sustain just with the Melio against this poke. If they're picking another poke champion. And Seraphine is very, very good here, actually. She's giving a big shield, and she's able to hit everyone with her ultimate. Yes, she's a little bit countered by Remilio with his with him cleansing the ult from her, but you are not really you have a little bit of a struggle to see it with the paranoia. So let's see if they manage to combine that as well.
Yeah, and I don't see a great angle for Ceuta. You're gonna try to go in with Xinjiao and Pantheon, but as long as you don't misplace yourself, if you're ROSWILD, she's never gonna be caught.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very, very difficult to even find engages because of all the spell shields.
Yeah, I think Roswild and Green have drafted a great composition here. I think we're gonna see game 3. If there's one lane you're gonna be looking at, what lane is that?
I'm gonna be interested if mid lane is going to be able to push out the lead that I'm expecting, and if bot lane. So if Mel is just completely court stomping the Vladimir at the early stages, because it's going to be very, very difficult. Every time he's going for a Q, he gets a Q in his face and drops down drops down alone. This will not get good until like the first item. This is gonna be horrendous to play for Vladimir. Then I'm interested in if they are getting any leads with the Ashe melee in early laning phase, because they have a lot of early power, but the red team can disrupt the early power. They just wait for the waves to crash in and clear it.
Yeah, and what about this top side? Why do you think they would have chosen the Pantheon into the Cassante?
To be quite frank with you, I don't know. Pantheon doesn't really make sense against enemy team comp at all, because everything can be spell shielded from with his W. It's just a clear cut. Yes, you have the Skyfall, but it's not really potent because they're all really mobile because of the Sivir ultimate. So you don't really get anything from that as well. Actually called Great Entrance, I think. It's not Skyfall.
Grand Starfall is the name.
Oh, Grand Starfall, my bad. And yeah, the Pantheon doesn't really do anything. He gets a slight lead in the early stages of the lane, but Cassante doesn't care.
It's a Cassante. He doesn't care about anything unless there's a Trundle on the other side. And that's the only scary thing for a Cassante.
And also, you are paired with a Zinzao. So the second he has a Warden's Mail, you are not going to kill him. Absolutely not.
I also don't like the missing tank. You have a bunch of bruisers, and yes, it could work, but you don't have anyone who can walk into the dark, and especially with a Nocturne on that other side, with the Mel, with the Cassante. This Cassante has a bunch of targets he would love to go all out on.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a scary... You don't want to drag a tank target over the wall, but there's no tank target. If he goes all out on someone, he loves it. The other thing is who is walking into the darkness for Ceuta?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who is stepping up. It doesn't matter who is stepping up. With the Mel and the Seraphine, you just have easy one-shot targets and really long-range quick CC.
I agree with you there. I'm scared for Ceuta in this game. I think ROSWILD have definitely won this draft.
If they are not finding anything in the early stages, they have the early stages for them. Top lane is the Pantheon is really strong in the early stages with like one item. Ashe is very, very strong with like one item. Zinzao is very, very strong with like one item. So the thing, if they get the early game started really well and get to the dragon stacking, it's gonna be a difficult. It's gonna be a little bit difficult for the red team to fight the third dragon. So this is a little bit tricky. If they're getting a lead, but if they're not getting a lead, it's gonna be tremendous to play. So they have to just try to stack dragons on spawn.
I agree with you there. I think it's your one way is capitalize in the early game, and if you don't, this might be done and going to game 3. Now, obviously these junglers are going to look to play a bit differently. Xin Zhao can gank early. Nocturne really doesn't want to.
Well, with
Do
the
you
combination
expect-
of Seraphine, he is able to find ganks in the early stages in bot lane as well. And even with Cassante and the interaction with Pantheon, you can find ganks. Because they're all both really mobile lanes.
Very true. Do you expect Jin on the Nocturne to go for the early ganks?
No, he should just match. He should just match. Try to play for the items. Go play for the paranoia. Play for his team. Just be a team champion here. You're not the main carry. You are not the main character. You are just the support. You are the sidekick.
Fair enough. I think my highlight lane is going to be this mid lane with Knight on the smell. And this Clavios obviously was the big damage dealer last time too. So if they can shut him down early, this could be great for them going into the rest of this game.
Already very weird at the bot lane stages that at the bot lane state that blue team is not pushing for the lane dominance, which they should be doing with the combination they have.
Maybe they don't feel confident. Speaking of confident,
This
Knight's
might be
gonna
a
walk
solo
up with
kill.
confidence and he's gonna flash forward, and it won't be enough. Also, take a note and take a look at some of the summoners. Cleanse for.
That was a solo kill mid
Oh
lane.
wow. Clavios went back in and Knight punished him. And I was about to point this out, look at the summoner spells. Clavios does not have teleport. He has to walk all the way back. And so he's going to miss this entire wave. He's going to miss. He's going to add
16 CS and a
next
kill.
wave.
Is this enough for? Is this enough for 3 items? No, only 2.
Yeah, and some other summoner spell differences. Dr. Mate with the cleanse, Cheryl with the ghost, and heals on the bot lane, just the standard. But now Cheryl's starting to push up, but it's looking
that's
like
just
you
winning
said,
the
the
lane.
lane dominance early.
They're just winning the lane, but Sivir not too far behind with the CS yet.
You're right, and over in the top lane, going a bit how we expected. CS is 20 to 13 right now, and it's going to be a trade of the 2 scuttle crabs. But hold on, look at the mid lane. The mid lane's going to be in a bit of trouble. It's just
Pool
going to
is
go
out.
on to Clavios,
Ghost
and
has to be activated.
he pops the pool, but yep, has to burn the summoner to get out of there.
And the wave is in front of the tower from Mel. It's a little bit difficult to step up and clear the wave without getting damaged. He can't crash the wave quickly. Very delayed
and
flash.
Cuba's gonna crash in, and he's gonna have to flash, and Vega flashes for it and will take him down. It is 1 kill over to the Xin Zhao. Or sorry, to the
You
Pantheon.
knew that Xin Zhao is top side. There was absolutely no reason to step up.
Definitely no reason to step up. Way too risky. And maybe a little bit of nerves coming out knowing they're down a game in this series, but you cannot let the nerves overtake you. Just now, hold on. Calvo's gonna be in some trouble here. He's gonna take a lot of damage, a lot of punishment, but his campfire will keep him alive as the first Drake will spawn. Who do you expect to go for first Drake? Hold on,
Well, I
Knight's in
told
trouble.
you that. That might be a kill.
Hold on, Knight's in trouble. Vika's gonna be coming in. He's gonna use the cube and he's gonna miss with it. But Clavios is gonna
Why
flash
are
forward
they
and he's going down
flashing?
tonight. But
They're
Jin is
losing
actually
this now.
here. Clavios is gonna go down again. It looks like as Jin is there and he's gonna go in on him. And Vika's gonna be next on the jumping block as he's gonna look to get away. But Jin is too powerful. And this Nocturne is starting to get fed, and so is this Mel.
This Mel is going to be very, very scary. She's gonna recall and already have her lost chapter with her, and already going with into the full item build, into the full item. Very, very early on. She is not missing a lot of CS. Her farming is very, very good. Sure, so she might even get another item, yeah, another part item, yeah. She's close to completing the first item. She's like 500 gold off.
And Knight has ultimate as well. Something to keep an eye on as well.
Yeah. I don't know why Vladimir is opting in for this. He's gonna lose this very quickly.
Yeah, he has to.
Now
use
he
the
can't
full
step up for the
out of it.
wave. Mel should be freezing this wave. She's not
And
freezing
right
it.
now, it's just not looking good.
Yeah, and they are losing the first dragon, and they are the ones that rely on the dragon stacking. This is already being a horrible, horrible start for our blue team.
This is brutal, and this is not how this was supposed to go. You
Yeah, even
mentioned
bot
that
lane
the
having
one
to
thing
push.
blue team had going was early.
Yeah. They might be able to find a dive here.
Yeah, Viega's gonna look for the dive, so Wave is gonna crash in, and now she's gonna go in on the Gibbons, but and he jumps.
Oh, they are
Viega's gonna look
misplaying
to take it down, but
massively.
she's
They are
gonna
getting a
fall.
double
Oh, that Viega is gonna fall too. A double kill
Oh
over
my
to
God.
Cubis. The dive has gone so far south. Oh no!
This is horrible. Knight should just push the wave and get his get the recall off to get his item and then be ready for the grubs. Yeah, I don't know why he might be getting the kill here. He is.
That's just another kill. And
This game
Chieta are
is-
completely misplaying. What is going on?
This game is absolutely doom and gloom already.
I mean, it just looks so bad. Nothing's going right for them. The one thing that's supposed to go right has not gone right.
Yeah, they are also losing free grubs now. They're putting the Pantheon mid lane, but this doesn't do anything for him. Yes, you take a little bit of you give the Vladimir a little bit of braving, but he's getting caught again.
He steps up too far, and he's gonna be caught out. He's actually gonna just look to go on to the Kusana as Vika's gonna come down, but Knight is also here. And keep in mind that Bell is so bad, and the root and the ultimate is gonna be popping Vika, but it's not gonna be enough. As the Crescent Guard is just not enough as the Grand Starbucks gonna come out, but he goes on the wrong side. He's going too far, and he can't help but see it because Kusana's gonna follow. He's just gonna look to go on to Viega, and now
Oh,
just
massive misplay.
his jungler is safe, and Jin will go down, and Knight pops the ultimate, and Knight will pop too. Now Calvo's in trouble as he's the next up on the jumping block, and Cubis is gonna come down, but Calvo's gonna look to flush out of there.
He's
and
dead.
Knight is gonna pick up a third, a triple kill over to Knight's Mel, and nothing is going
6-0,
right.
minute
Just
9.
as it looked like they were getting back into it, they're falling back down.
A little bit of misplays on the side for the red team. Unnecessary deaths. But it doesn't matter, Mel is so fed. We are having Vladimir with, and Ash is gonna die too.
Gerald's gonna be next on the chopping block unless
Yeah, they
everything
misplayed.
misses and he's forced to flash,
They misplayed.
and the ultimate misses as well.
He misplayed a lot.
He will get out of there with his life somehow. But Potato, what do you do to stop the bleeding?
Well, you can't stop Mel at this point. She is so fat. Vladimir is on one part item. He has only a fucking amp tone. Sorry for the cursing here. But this is absolutely atrocious to play for him. He is 40 CS. He is level 8 at least. But that doesn't mean a lot. He is so far behind. He can't play the game. Somehow, even when Mel is that fat, they were able to get the grubs. They at least have something for going for them.
Yes, at least you have something going for you, but nothing else is. Jin is literally just taking your entire bot side jungle as well. And they may look for a dive here too. Jin.
Amelia has ult again. There is no reason to do that. You don't need to try to dive this. You don't
Yeah,
know
Jin
that
knows
this
better.
Xin Zhao is around as well.
Jin going with the smarter of the two choices. As over in the top side, I'm curious to see how this is turning out. Kind of low HP, but he's used to that on this Cassante, and he's just gonna back now.
Yeah. Well, as you're the red team now, you should all agree that everyone is a side character beside this Mel. Everyone should play for this Mel. Everywhere Mel goes, Nocturne goes. Nocturne is basically Mel's pet right now.
Yes, now hold on. Clavius is gonna go under the turret, but what is he doing? He's actually going to find the kill. Cubis did not elect to stay under the turret, and he thought he could get away, and he used the flash as well.
There is no reason for him to stay. He should just base and TP. He's giving them a way back into the fight, into the game. I don't know why Zin tries to do the dragon. There is no chance to ever fight this. Absolutely not. You should just clear your camp. Please go clear your camps. There is nothing you can do. Mel is getting another kill probably here. Nope, she's not. Lucky you. If Nocturne pulls the Paranoia there, they kill the Emilio. And maybe the Pantheon too.
Yeah, and notice another missed arrow from Cheryl. Just the third missed arrow of the game, I believe. It has just not been looking good whatsoever. As I need to see more from this team. Like, what is going on?
Well, in this game, they can't do anything.
You battened down the hatches last game and put on a defensive masterclass, and now in this game, everything's falling apart.
No.
Maybe looking to do it twice. We don't know.
You should just be happy at this point that they're not doing anything at all, basically, with the Mel. They're not invading you. They are not constantly pushing you out of the jungle. They are not putting the Zinzo behind. They are trying to fight this. I don't even know. They can't.
Yeah, but hold on. Now the Paranoia is going to
this?
come in, and everyone's on there. Is there, and Viega is just going to go down, and now Clavius is just going to go down, and it's just a brutality.
I do not understand what they are doing.
Definitely confusing plays coming out. But we highlighted the early game and look and the Drake stacking, but look at the Drakes. It is 10 to 4 in terms of kills, and the Drakes are 2-0 for the side of ROSWILD Green. And here goes another arrow. Is actually gonna land. And hold on a second, Nishik may go in. No, he's not going.
He can't follow up because there is no kill. Yeah. This is unplayable for the Blues team, honestly. Now you have slowly getting Vladimir to his first item, and Mel is already at her second after the next recall.
Yeah, and back for this Vladimir. Look in pretty empty as Jin will start up the Rift Herald. And Viega's on the bottom side farming. This Rift Herald's gonna go over for free as there's pings coming out onto the Vladimir on the top side. And suddenly...
Somehow to get a solo kill bot lane.
Yeah, Dr. Mate's in trouble. Dr. Mate's been stepping up a bit too far, and he finally gets punished for it, as Jin will claim the Rift Herald. And just now is Viega right.
They claim feeds. They claim feeds, at least. And yeah, I really don't know what they're doing here, to be honest. Wait, Nocturne can just straight up walk bot lane. I don't know why he's pushing. They know Nocturne was in mid lane. He is dead.
Yeah, he should be dead here, and he will be dead here. And Jin's gonna go in for it, and nothing you can do. Cheryl is dead yet again, overstepping in this series.
Yeah, I don't know. These catches are just not very good. They're very problematic. Nothing is going for them. Absolutely no lane is like really putting anything down.
I mean, it's like they didn't show up to work.
I mean, like I said, the only good thing is that they're not punishing Vladimir anymore. He is able to free farm, which shouldn't be allowed. And Mel is not really doing anything with her kills. There might be another solo kill. The pool is not good, but he...
Yeah, but Kipis is in trouble and he's gonna flash again, and he may just get away with it. No, he's not gonna get away with it. Karmadillos is gonna look to chase him down. He's gonna look to flash forward, and he will find him.
Yeah, this is unbelievable that Vladimir gets so much free space after the early game.
Yeah, and now Knight may be in a bit of trouble. He's gonna look to flash over the wall, and the Q, and now Viega's gonna go in and get popped across the carpet. Now it's not gonna be enough damage. Jin and Gusano are here, and Knight walks out. What is going on?
I don't know what is happening. And they're getting the third drag as well now. I mean, to be fair, they were not able to get to contest the dragon anyways, but trying to get the kill there, there was no world where they're able to get that.
Yeah, and just not good. I mean, you knew his teammates were in the area, and you still went in. Definitely just questionable decisions coming out from the side of Ceuta.
Wait.
Now the Nocturnal ultimate, he's gonna go into the bot lane, and it's just lights out for Nishi as Dr. Mate and Jin were on top of him, and he is not getting away from that one. I mean, now they're gonna look, Cheryl's gonna look on to Knight, but Knight is so fed that he's just tanking it all up. Cheryl
they might get him.
Viega's here. Viega's here, and he's actually gonna go right on to Knight, and he's gonna be able to pick up the kill on him, and Cheryl's gonna survive as Gusano's gonna look to walk out, and now Clavios is here too, and Gusano will not get away from this one. But look at the bot side. It's just a sacrifice so that the tier 2 goes down and the tier 3 will start to go down.
Yeah, but there was absolutely no reason for them to step up. You saw your bot lane is not being there for you. You saw your Nocturne and your ADC is not gonna be there for you, and you didn't see anyone else from the enemy team on the map. You don't need to push the second tower. There is no objective to fight for. You can just wait and chill. Just get the Dragon Soul. You are going to win this. You are so far ahead. But now that they are giving kills to them, they gave a big shutdown over to the Zinzao. It's just blunders after blunders for no reason.
Yeah, it's really confusing. As now, hold on, Viega's going to be caught out, and Jin and Gusano are going to look to chase him down, but the Crescent Guard is going to knock Jin back, and Calvo is there to keep his jungler alive. The other kind of spawns. Look at the top side now. This Vladimir is going to be in a lot of trouble, as Clavius is going to be engaged upon by Knight and Cubis as they're going on him, but now Cubis is going to go under the tower. He's going to take it up. No, they're just going to let it go. Jin is there, but they're aware that he's there, and now everyone's positioning around the Otacon. Now there's going to be a teleport into the top side, but
What are they
look
doing?
out, Dr. Mate is not here. This may not be what you want to fight, as the Azure is going to go in, but it's going to go in onto a taking target, and now the Grand Starfall is going to come in, and it's on the four of them, and now he's in the middle of the
Mel isn't
wall.
touched.
Give him
Mel
a
isn't
look to
touched.
get his team out of there, but Knight is just too strong. Everyone's going to fall. The Otacon will be their reward. 5 for nothing. And a quadra kill over the Knight.
Yeah, they're giving every opportunity to the blue team for no reason. They're stacking up on each other and trying to look for things where they don't need to look for anything. They can just slowly play for objectives, but they're not doing that. They're trying to force their way into the face of the enemies. They can just wait for Drake and finish the dragon. Then slowly play for Otacon and make them come into you while you're poking them down. They have no response to any of these plays, but they're giving them opportunity and opportunity, just like last game.
Yeah, and it's confusing. I mean, they went in too far. They thought they had the 4v5 angle, but then no one could get to CC them, and you still went in so deep.
Well, it was the best shot for the blue team they could have ever hoped for. So I can understand why they're going for this.
Yeah, and speaking of going for this, Jin's gonna go for Nishi again. It's another kill over tonight. You know the story. 12-1-3. Way too far ahead, and Viega's gonna be found by Jin. And you gotta be careful because Knight's here as well, and this
He
might end up
clicked
being
back.
gonna look to slow him down. But now he's gonna pop the Crescent Guard, but it's not gonna
just
be
dead.
enough. And Knight and Jin are just
They,
monsters in this match. Jin is on a rampage at 5-1, and
yeah.
it's just brutal.
Yeah, this is just unplayable at this point. Mel is just going to solo win this game. You cannot respond to her unless she's completely misstepping and giving her a life for no reason. Like maybe now. The Grand Skyfall very badly positioned, but he flashed.
Yeah, very badly
She's dead.
positioned, but he may be able to find it anyways as he's gonna flash forward. But now everyone's gonna be coming down on tonight. But now Gusano's here to look to
Ash
get
Arrow?
his mid laner out of there. Ash Arrow is reflected right
Reflected.
back, and Cheryl
Oh
is
my god,
stunned
they're
up,
going to
and
turn
Nishi
it around.
is gone. And now, hold on, they're going to look for the turnaround, and Dr. Mate's going to be coming down. Now everyone's going to be in a lot of trouble as Knight is going to look to chase him down, but he may not be fast enough as Dr. Mate is finally going to arrive. And he does have the ultimate, and he does pop it, but they're not going to go in for it. And Ocean Soul has gone over to ROSWILD Green.
This is an absolute tragedy that they didn't get the kill there. They did try very well. But also, I want to point out, Mel is so fast. She's already one-shotting the enemies. Right now, she shouldn't go for another like aggressive item. She should go for Zhonya's, because with Zhonya, she gives herself a lot more safety. She's going for the pen, which is, I think, in perfect terms, a blunder, but not very big. She even finishes the item already. 24 minutes.
As now Clavius will use the pool to get out of there, and I wouldn't describe it as a blunder. I would describe it as an inaccuracy. It's not horrible, but like you said, Zonia's is just better, because if Knight dies, that's a lot of your big damage gone, and you want him alive no matter what. As now we see Cubits finally reaches unending despair. And look at the vision on the map. If we could just get a highlight of the red team's vision on this map, it's Oh my god, look at how much of the map they see. You cannot walk to this Baron. You cannot even walk in the bot side river. As they know Clavius is going to be here, now he's going to use the pool to get out, and they're going to use that to turn onto the Baron. They're
Yeah,
aware
they can't contest.
that everyone's up here, but what can they do? They may go for a miracle to try to get back into this game, but what can you do when Viega's just gonna get stunned up for trying to walk in, and now Clavius is in trouble. But there's no reflect on Knight, but there's no one to go in on Knight. As now Cupid is going to pull Clavius forward, and Clavius is actually going to charge in. He's going to look for a little bit more, but Jin is going to use the darkness, and now the Grand Starfall.
No, Knight is not going to get hit.
It's going to be Papa. It's not going to be enough damage. And Viega's going to fall. Clavius is in the middle of the mall using the pull, but just not enough damage, and no one has dropped. Cheryl and Calvo looking to get out of there, but Knight's going to be there, and he's just going to go on to Cheryl, and Cheryl cannot get out of there unless he
Why did he
uses it.
click back? There was a free kill on Vash.
He was able to flash over the wall, but the Baron goes over. 3 kills go over,
steps up for the wave.
Cheryl will now drop potentially to Jin. It's going to be a death,
No, he will.
a delayed death, and now Cheryl will be gone for 45 seconds. And notice how it's desynced with your teammates. So that is just so much firepower gone as they're going to look to burst down the tier 3 turret. Yeah, they cannot end, but they can take these tier 3 turrets.
I mean, in time with Ashe respawning, but they can still look for the end because they're so much stronger. But let's see if they're just going for triple inhib and wait for it to play out. Yeah, they're gonna back off. Actually, the correct play for Nocturne would have been just to chase chase down Ashe and not kill her. Just not let her recall. So her respawn is delayed even more because you can always join your team with paranoia. So you just slowly chase her down, let her live as long as possible. So she is so your team is able to get all 3 inhibitors. And I do not know what the Elder Drake spawn time is, but it should be up very, very soon. So even with that in the mind, they could have maybe let her live till the Elder spawns and then kill her.
Yeah, but Clavius is gonna look to be the one that's gonna go down. Way too far in, and the Ashe arrow is a complete whiff, and this Elder Soul will spawn momentarily. We cannot see it on the production side, but you guys can see it at home. And now Viega gonna look to go onto Jin, gonna just look for anything, as now everyone's gonna come in, but Jin should be able to just walk out, and he will. And now look at the bottom side. It's going to be bursted down, as now those minion waves are coming in, and
you can just tower dive
by the Baron.
You can just tower dive them. There's no response they have.
Yeah, and look at everyone having to retreat, and this should be the end of the game now, as they're going to put up one final stand, as they're going to look to go in. But now Viega's in the middle of the mall, as he's going to pop the Crescent Guard, as the Grand Starfall is going to come down, but Dr. Mason's firing on the back line, and Knight's going to go down, but he pops the zone. Yes, Jin is actually dead. Hold on a second, but no, not enough. Nexus dead.
Yeah, absolute tragedy. Mel getting very, very fat in the early stages. The one champion you don't want to get ahead at all, because she's just gonna destroy your whole team by herself. We saw that she's not being stopped from anyone. No one was able to get on top of her in any position, in any time at all.
Yeah, and just nothing more to say. Don't feed Knight. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break before Game 3. We will finally have another Game 3 here on the broadcast. We'll go to a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everybody. We have a game 3 on the cards to finish the night. It will be ROSWILD Green versus Ceuta Guardian Academy in game 3 of this Fearless draft. Keep in mind there are now 10 champions completely out of the pool, and it will be interesting to see what each team wants to go for with your favorite champions off the board as we see the picks starting to come in. How do you like the picks so far, Potato?
Well, I think Munder is not a very good opener because he's just having like one clear way to play. And you punish it with the Vayne, but Vayne by herself so early on is a big blunder because you are making yourself open to such easy lane losing situations. With the Lulu, you're showing your lane already on 1 and 2. It's such a big problem. You can be punished very easily here. If they are picking something with hard engage, you are struggling very much, and they do pick hard engage with the Nautilus. This is gonna be difficult to play the lane. They are getting very hard stomped in the early stages already. So, and they are securing the later stages as well. You having the Kayn pick on Frey that is further melting the Mundo, but the problem is you are not really good at reaching the Yunara. It's gonna be a very big problem already with their draft.
Yeah, they're kind of going all in on the Mundo right now, and I get that Mundo's scary, but what is your plan for this Yunara? Potato, if you're going into the back half of this draft, what would you ideally like to see from each side?
Well, for the red side, I would like, because they're already forced to like withstand the engage with the Nautilus, they are kind of forced to like somehow survive and play the long distance game. So playing full engage is not really optimal because the blue team can draft defensive champions still. While you're going full engage, and they're outranging you. So if they play something like Ziggs or anything, this is gonna be so difficult to survive. Yes, you have the Lulu shields, but Ziggs is such a big problem. They're all going for more engage, which is a little bit weird. That they just go for the full-on fight. So they're basically both brawling heads on. We will see what the last picks are. If they are playing something that is like basically delaying them to be killed, it's gonna be very good. So something like if you're playing, you're gonna play the Ryze is a fine pick. Ryze is not bad. The Ryze is gonna melt them as well. So they are trying to full-on melt the front line. They should pick something that can maybe jump on them, because the long distance fight, Vayne is not killing the Mundo quick enough to do the damage, and Ryze and Yone will melt your Kayn. So you need something that is dealing with those champions. Cassiopeia would be a good pick. They are going for the Renekton. Renekton is not gonna achieve anything here, to be honest. Renekton is just constantly losing the sideline to Ryze and Yone. He can't play sideline. He's not gonna blow up anyone. He's not gonna reach the Yunara. This is gonna be very difficult for Renekton to play the game.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like the no dedicated tank for Ceuta. I talked about last game. You kind of saw how it went. I love ROSWILD Green's draft here. There's no one that's going to really be able to tank the Yone and Ryze. You do have the polymorph for if Yone goes in, but still like a really good fate sealed, and yeah, it might just be done, and then you have ways to get out with the realm warp as well.
Yeah, the thing is, Well, I'm favoring the draft massively for ROSWILD because you are just playing for the Nautilus. It doesn't matter who you hook, even it's Serenic, he is gonna be one shot. The Rise, the Yunara, and the Yon are going to do so much damage, and there is nothing they can respond with. Yes, Lulu will delay the death a little bit, but even if they try to full on engage on the other team as well, they have us. They are going to be melted by Yunara because they're not getting on top of her. Unless Vayne is gonna be very, very fat and just unkillable, this game is gonna be very, very hard.
Yeah, I agree. It's not looking good. And if you are Ceuta, what is like a positive to look at coming out of this draft?
A positive is that you are having a winning lane with Aurora, and a very strong early jungler with the Kayn. Even though Kayn in general is not that strong by himself, but with the Aurora on his side, they are just gonna beat the Mundo and the Yon, or the Mundo and the Rise. They're just gonna beat them. So that's one thing they have going. They have the autonomy into the enemy jungle in the early stages, so they should try to play on that. So they are getting the Mundo out of the game in the early stages, because when he hits 16, he's still gonna be a menace. Even when you have Vayne, he's gonna heal a shitload of a lot. And he's not that easy to melt through, with all the possibilities to get killed with the Rise, the Yon, and the Yunara.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you try to go for the Mundo, it's just like you have to go for this Yone Rise Yunara combination, and then Mundo is just a problem. Yes, you brought the tools for one champion, but you don't have the tools for the rest of them. If there's a lane you're looking at here, Potato, what lane are you looking at?
There is kill opportunities for bot lane with the Novelusuk. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult than last game to find openings there, but they're still there. My biggest intention to look at is gonna be the jungle. If they're gonna put the Mundo behind, if the Mundo is allowed to play the game freely, they are doing big mistakes there. Because Aurora will have the push, and depending on who is gonna phase the Yon, they should always try to let the Renekton face the Yon. So if Yon goes mid lane, you should put the Renekton mid lane, because he's gonna win. And the same goes with Aurora. She's gonna win against Ryze. If you're not doing that, yes, Yon will still lose against the Aurora push, but Ryze is having a free time otherwise, and you don't want to have that. You just want both lanes to lose and both lanes to be pushed in, so you have constantly possibilities to move up with your jungler.
I agree, but the scary thing about it too is we talked last game about this. Hey, they should dominate early, and it was anything but that.
Well,
and
yeah, they should have been dominating early, but the problem was that you had a losing lane with Vladimir. You had a losing lane that is not. This lane is absolutely not playable. Mel against Vladimir is just hell at the early stages of the game. So it is more acceptable to not get like early leads, even though you need them. Here, you are just completely winning.
yeah, and we will finally get into this match. Ladies and gentlemen, we have game 3 here on the Rift. It will be the sides of ROSWILD Green versus Ceuta Guardians Academy, and their last game before playoffs. Welcome to game 3. Here we go. Thank you,
Okay.
announcer.
Looking
I-
at the runes, I like that Renekton is going for the press the attack and not the conqueror. So he's trying to get for a one shot, which is a little bit more, a little bit better here because he's not gonna be able to put out consistent damage later on in the team fights. That's very nice to see. Also that the Aurora is going for electrocute to try to pop anyone. That's very good.
Minions have spawned.
I agree with that. I was looking at the Aurora's electrocute. It can provide some exchanges you're not ready for. Now, again, this Yone does look to be going mid, but they're gonna look for the switcheroo. As Potato mentioned on the desk, they want Renekton into Yone, and they're gonna do all they can to make that come true. And they will get the matchup that they wanted here early without losing much CS. But
Yeah,
I
they're not
wonder
gonna lose
if
anything.
we're going to see. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see lane swap shenanigans. Remember, the tops and the mids have teleport. And so I'm curious to see how teleport management goes in order to make sure we're matching who we want to match.
One thing I want to point out that yes, you found the match you wanted to, but I don't know why you're going for the Doran's shield in this matchup then. You were both waiting in the bush to see where their Yone was going, if he was going mid or if he's going top. And going the Doran's shield is like a little bit confusing here. But you see they are trying to already swap back, having a good timing. Renekton getting pushed in so quickly and so easily is a big mistake. Shouldn't be happening. So we will see this probably throughout the game, that they are trying to find these possibilities to get the swaps off.
Yeah, and I can tell you who's most unhappy about the swaps is our producer, who has to swap the icons in League of Legends every single time. Good luck. But now Knight's gonna go in for a bit of trading onto Karmadillos, and he's gonna snap back to reality as Nishi now in a much more uncomfortable position against Cubis. As you mentioned, a great job pushing in the lane and then swapping from there. Now,
Yeah.
Knight will have a bit of a rough laning phase against Klavios, at least early on, but it gets a lot scarier later.
Yeah,
And
I also
now-
don't understand why he is going for the Doran's blade when they are opting to play the Yone into the into the Aurora, and him going for the trade just makes the lane pure suffering for him.
I feel like with the Doran's blade and the Doran's shield, they were expecting to not get their swaps, at least not so early. That's the only thing I can look at as.
I mean, they were waiting for that, so they were
Yeah.
waiting in the bush for that.
But I mean, they originally got the matchups that they wanted. The Doran's blade into the Doran's shield. Well, not that they wanted, but now you have the Doran's shield into into the Renekton, and now Viega gonna scout this out, stay within the wall. They say, oh, there might be mice in the walls, there may be canes in the walls. You never know. And I'm not talking candy canes, which would
Oh, he got the
be
cancel.
very delicious. And now Knight gets the cancel on the recall, and Klavios almost drops, and Knight is also up a level. Not anymore, but that was very scary for Klavios. One more Q could have been enough to bring him down. And Klavios is going to have to defend from the back.
Oh, he
looking
missed
to
the
get
cannon.
the cannon minion, and he does miss it. Looking
What
like
is
I'm
he
playing out
doing?
there, but he won't miss the first blood. And Knight stepped up too far. And
Somehow
that is a
also the
massive
Kane
mistake.
losing in jungle speed against the Mundo, which is not acceptable. Even the Mundo is able to getting an invade. Should never be allowed. Big mistakes.
This really shouldn't be allowed. You're right on that. I've played Mundo myself, and his jungle clear is a bit on the longer side, especially compared to a Kane. It should not be how this is playing out, but it is. And I think it's because, remember, Viega tried to stick around to look for the pick onto Knight. As we see the bot lane, where Cheryl down on HP again, but relatively quiet this game. A bit of a CS lead for Dr. Mate, but over in the top side, Nishi actually has the CS lead over Cubis. Something to keep an eye on. They remember they wanted these lanes.
He's just missing CS. Nothing that answers from the lane.
As now we'll see the first Drake should be going over to this blue side. And for ROSWILD, and Viega gonna wait in the brush, and now he might have found the angle on the Knight as he's gonna go between world, and he's gonna use the Fate Seal to get out of there. But Gusano's here, Glavios flashes forward, but Knight is gonna flash out, and now Jin's gonna be here, and he's gonna take down the Drake, and he's gonna look to step up, and now it's into a 2v2, but now Knight is looking to stay around, but Mundo is 6, and he's gonna pop the ultimate, but there's a teleport coming in, and Dr. Mates is gonna be coming in as well, but they don't know about the teleport with Calvo on the back line. Calvo's gonna look for the polymorph on the Knight, and Knight's trying to get out of there, and somehow it looks like everyone's gonna walk forward. Or walk away, excuse me. For some reason, they backed off and take a look. Nishi teleported in, and so this will help for the side of Cubis on the CS difference. And keep in mind, Cubis is normally their top laner. That's the guy who's going to be a little more uncomfortable on his champion. And Knight,
okay, you got the
need a strong performance. Yeah, the counter invade comes in, but the gold dead even right now, and not much going on the map.
Yeah, but like said, they need to be up early, and they're not. They're not finding anything.
Yeah, in fact, speaking of not finding anything, Knight may not find anything here as he just falls down, and he's got to be careful. Gusano is here with them, but Clavia so strong on the Aurora, and you got to be careful. And if you're this Kane here, what do you want to see out of Kane between the red or the blue dilemma?
Well, I think in 99% of the games, Red Kane is better. And even in this situation, Red Kane is gonna be a lot better because you have the Mundo and the Rise on healing targets with your ultimate. But mainly the Mundo. You get a lot of healing with your ultimate out of him. And you have the CC on top of that because you're not gonna blow anyone up with the Blue Kane. Blue Kane would only be able to blow up Inara, but you have so many other threats on the side of oh, she's dead.
And she's just dead unless she's actually able to walk out of there. Nope. Hello, Mundo. And Dr. Mate will actually take the kill. And now the kills will be 1-1, and it's a 1,000 gold lead for the side of ROSWILD Green.
Yeah. The game goes on, it's gonna be more and more difficult for them to play. The ADC is losing so much XP and gold here as well.
Yeah, and it's just rough right now. And take a look at Viega roaming through the jungle, putting some wards down, so it's something to note. As there's more vision in the top side for Chieta and more vision in the bottom side for ROSWILD Green, as there's going to be more trading in the mid lane, but this is how this matchup goes. It's how this matchup has gone since it came out, as now the Fate Sealed onto the Inara, and he's going to look to go between worlds to get out of there, and that is how these ult trades will go usually. As now, take a look at Gusano. Can we flash back to the mid lane as Gusano's going to look to go in, and now he's going to flash forward and he's going to land the hook, but no, it's only into the wall, but now they get the kill in the mid lane, and Knight will drop Clavios. Great job by Gusano coming over to support. I saw it on the minimap. For those that weren't watching the minimap, Gusano flashed forward and he missed the hook, but he landed it in the wall. And so he got in the way of where Clavius wanted to go, and they were able to kill him.
Yeah, very, very problematic. Also losing another minion wave into the mid lane, and having to teleport shows she's down the teleport for if they want a side lane. It's gonna be very, very difficult for Aurora to be on the fight while Yone can be with teleport on the sideline. But he might be getting very, very chunked mid lane here again.
Yeah, more trading coming out, but the ultimates are not up yet. But now Nishi taking a massive
maybe
chunk. No,
he needs
not
to
gonna
back
be
off
enough.
as well.
Look at the CS though. The CS is relatively even, which is shocking for a matchup like this. Nishi playing his cards just right.
Yeah, he should be up. He should be up in mid lane, but he's not. Misplays.
Knight actually wanted Clavius, but Viega wants Knight, and they're both gonna pass over the wall. Now it's gonna be the smite on the Knight as Viega's gonna go in, but now Gusano's here. Jin's here. Oh my God, it's just gonna be a bloodbath, and Clavius is gonna look to go down by Gusano, but no, it's just gonna be able to walk out of there. Kane's gonna finally use his ultimate, and Jin will claim the feat of warfare with that kill, and Knight goes back and teleports forward. And Gusano's got to be a little careful here. But yes, it's going to be the Dragon too, and it's just going to be Dragon's
down 40 CS.
Wild.
Oh God, this is horrible. You have the scaling team Kurt stomping the team that has to be up early. Because yeah, I mean, you have the scaling in theory with Vayne, but she is not able to, she's not going to be able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nothing's going right now. The only quote-unquote good news is the fact that it's a Cloud Soul and not an Infernal or Hextech Soul. But even then, that's a Mundo that is much faster, and you're going to get run down by a faster Yone. Like, you're not going to be able to escape.
Cloud Soul is actually really, really good for them.
Yeah, the more I look at this comp, the more I realize it is really good. And Potato, right now you're sitting at around a 2.7k gold deficit. What do you have to do to get back into this?
It's gonna be very, very difficult to find anything back into the game. You somehow need to find catches, but to find catches, it's almost impossible because you are not having any tools to slow them down.
Yeah, there's not a lot of CC. It's something I didn't highlight it in the draft, but I noticed it in the draft. Where is your CC coming from for the side of Ceuta? I mean, it's just not looking good. I mean, seriously, what do you use as a primary form of CC here?
Well, the only possibility you can find is a flash W from Renekton, but what do you want to do with that? And you're not gonna survive for a long. You don't have any tanks on your side. The only one that is like tanky-ish is the Kayn with his ultimate, but he's gonna opt into full damage.
Yeah, and it's just not looking good. It's really not looking good right now. As, like you mentioned, scaling comp, and you're gonna fall behind, and now Viega's gonna look to come in, but he doesn't know that Knight and his teammates here, and this is a death trap that you're walking into, and now everyone's gonna be going in as the Bonesaw lands, and just gonna look to kill him, and Knight will carry Viega back, and Viega's gonna go down, and Clavius looking to do anything. He's gonna dodge Gusano's hook, but he's just going to have to walk away.
Such a tragedy. Such a tragedy.
Kids, avert your eyes. This is not going well for the side of Ceuta.
Yeah, I don't see any way back. They're down the dragons. They're down the dragons. They didn't win in the lane assignments. They kept the lanes how they were, and he's gonna
And now
be solo
Clavius
kill
goes
as
on
well.
the Knight, but
Yeah.
Clavius can't even find a kill on the Knight! The fate sealed will seal your fate! As it is just not going right for Clavios in this game. It's not going right for Ceuta in this game. And there's absolutely nothing you can do. As now, and look onto the bot lane. Cheryl's gonna have to be careful with Gusano hanging around here. Cheryl has no clue that Gusano's here. He's just going to wait for the overstep.
Lulu's gonna be late.
Ward.
No,
Yeah,
she's pushing
but-
too slow. She's pushing too slow. She's pushing too slow. They can't dive now.
Yeah, Gusano not able to find what he wanted. If he doesn't leave a ward, though, they won't know that Viega's here. Hold on. Dr. Mate is just going to back up. He knows. He knows a little bit too much. They call him Dr. Mate. You might as well call him Dr. Fate, as he is 1-0 and is up 20, almost 20 CS. I mean, it's just not going right. You finally have the matchup that you want in the top side, except
It's too late now.
Yeah, it's too late. Knight has more components. There's not going to be able to do much. I mean, hold on, look at the top side real quick, as Viega's gonna wait for Knight here in the brush, and he's actually gonna, no, he's going to avoid him. He avoids being detected, but he doesn't want to go in onto him. Nishi was too far back.
Yeah,
And
I
now
don't know where the
Clevy's
enemy
looking to
team
move
is.
forward. And hold on, now Knight's here, and Cupid is gonna flash forward, and they get the root onto him, and now he's gonna
He's dead.
go out of his body, and Clavios is gonna look to go over the wall, and the fate sealed will put him next to him!
But he
And
gets the trade back.
the shutdown will go over to Clavios. The auto attack and turret tower will find its way, but now with that turret falling, Cheryl gonna
Man's
have
gonna
to
die.
flash out of there, and he's gonna actually pop his barrier as well. But now he may still be in trouble. There's an ignite on him, but now Viega's gonna flash forward and looking to go onto Dr. Matas. Dr. Matas is in a lot of trouble as Capo's gonna come over, and the Kano ultimate Dr. Mate is gonna force him to use his flash and his
that's a
barrier. Now it's gonna
tragedy.
turn onto Viega. Jen is here.
Aw.
Dr. Mate gonna walk out with barely on the HP. Calvo's now in a lot of trouble as he's gonna be hooked up by Casano and hit with the bounce. Oh my, they're just cutting them down. The doctor's in the house, and Mundo doesn't feel like playing nice.
Yeah, this is already like I said earlier. This is a tragedy. They should have They should be ahead in the early stages, and they couldn't find anything. And now it's just falling apart everywhere.
It's falling apart everywhere indeed. I'd also like to point out a little something we missed during that fight. Jin smiting Viega to make sure that Viega could not get on top of Dr. Mate. As now Knight's gonna be bursted down by Clavius, who uses the Between the Worlds, and Viega's here. Who do you want the kill on? That's the question, and it's going to go on to Clavius.
Oh, you
But-
definitely wanted them to Aurora.
Yeah, and a little something to note for those who are maybe just starting out their league journey. When you smite an enemy champion, it does slow them down, and so the smite onto Viega kept him away from Dr. May, but now Nishi is going in onto Cubis, and Cubis might have stepped in too far. Why are you stepping into the brush? You know he's going to be waiting there as Cubis is in a lot of trouble, and he's just going to be burst down, and now Gusano's next up on the chopping block. His veins going to keep free firing onto him, and he will pick up the shutdown onto Gusano. And suddenly, the gold lead is dropping a little bit.
Well, you find spots to maybe get back into the game, but it's gonna be very, very difficult. They at least get the Arakan now. Both of the top laner and support are down, so this should be Arakan for them. It's the best you can get. It's a dream scenario.
Yeah, they're aware they're on the Otacon, but they're just going to exchange it for the tier 2 and maybe some damage on the tier 3, unless you want to curve this Herald up elsewhere. No, you're just gonna put it into the tier 3. You're gonna say hello to Clavius. Actually, no, he's gonna go towards the top tier 2 with it and try to burst that down. And so you'll do a bit more damage to it. And I think that's the right play there, is going for that top tier 2. Just easier gold to access. We talked about the inhibitor dilemma in the first game. But speaking of a dilemma, Gusano may be caught out a little bit by Viega, and this may be a little bit of a dilemma as all the members are charging forward. But Knight and Doctor maybe in the little bit of a bad spot as Jin and Gusano have to come back around to make sure Viega can't get onto their carries. And now, and they're just going to back out, but Jin's getting chunked out.
They should not look to fight this.
Ultimate.
They can just wait for bot lane to just slowly win a fight every time. They can just
you're right,
wait for the
Amar.
completion of the death cap as well for the rise for the dragon. There's nothing they need to rush. When you look at the sides, the only completion that you will get is the Renekton and the Vayne. But when you have you're not completing anything right now on the side of the blue team, and besides the rise death cap, so just wait for the next item. Does he have it? He does have it. You can just try to fight for the dragon. I don't think Renekton or Vayne will be able to get to the item.
Yeah,
oh,
now
this is
Clavius
scary. She's gonna
making
lose
it
this very
onto
hard.
Knight, but now Knight's gonna go out of his body and he's gonna go after Clavius as they're gonna look to trade, but the electric key comes down and he will snap back to reality. As he does snap back to reality, but he's still
She is
chasing
just
Clavius.
losing
He's
this.
gonna pop
Oh,
the
he
Queen of
misplays
Worlds
a
and
lot.
the Fate's Field missed,
But he's
but he
still-
actually
she's still
snaps
there.
back to reality, and oh, there goes B-Rabbit! Clavius will fall! He popped
Yeah.
out of his soul to go for the Fate Sealed in case the Between Worlds came out. And what a high-level play by Knight!
Well, even now, you have the Yon now pushing top, and you can't contest the dragon at all. Your mid laner is dead.
Yeah, but now they're gonna go on to Cheryl, but Viega's here, but they don't know that the Dr. Mate's here, and now Viega's just gonna keep going, and Gusano's in trouble, and now they're gonna have to back up, but Dr. Mate is about his ultimate, and now Jin is gonna go in, he's gonna, the Kane is gonna go on to Jin, but maybe that's not who you wanted to go on, and Dr. Mate's gonna be burst out! Jin forced to pop the ultimate, and it may not be enough, but it'll just barely be enough to survive. The Drake should be going over. And
I don't know why they're fighting this with with 3 people for no reason. They can just wait for top lane to be pushed in and someone to respond, or you can just let the Yon TP in and you just secure the last dragon. I don't know why you're looking for a 3v4. Just group up as 5 and secure the dragon.
Yeah, and now the Cloud Soul will be stopped from going over, at least for now, but the gold lead is still 4,000 is the problem.
And the clock is still ticking, even though you are getting outscaled. And you have just 1 dragon.
Yeah, and take a look, Baron's up in 50, and the kill's relatively even.
Wait, he's dead.
Maybe a little relatively uneven as Viega is just gonna go down. Viega is dead.
That's
yeah,
Baron.
again, and Knight snaps off the crocodile's head.
He's gonna kill.
He goes in for the Fate Sealed, and he will seal your fate in this series. He does not want to give him a goddamn chance.
Oh, Vayne is dead
Take the
too.
double kill in a 2v1.
Wait, they can end. They can end.
Dead too. And this will be the end of the game as they look to push it
Wait,
down.
Rice should TP mid lane and end with the ultimate. They could have ended the game here. Big blunder.
Yeah, they're not actually going to elect to end it, but they're gonna take down so much off the map. They might not have been able to end it as the members are just getting back up, but That is not what you want for the side of Ceuta. As this game situation is in dire straits right now.
Yeah, this is basically already like unfortunately doom and gloom. Like everyone is so ahead. You're down 8k gold. They are just slapping you with your with the wallets. Like even now the jungle is dying again. No one can help him. Why is he up here alone?
Vega getting too excited again, and he goes down to Dr. May, and that'll be the Baron over to ROSWILD Green. Game 1 was rough, but they have definitely bounced back with a statement. And now, you can just watch as Clavius has to go back, and Knight chasing out Calvo, and he may find a kill, but no, it's not going to be enough as this Baron goes. Is there any silver lining? The forecast is pitch black night for the side of Ceuta as Knight is 6-3. What can you do?
And honestly, there is not really much they can hope for. They maybe they can pray to somehow find a 3v5, because even a 4v5 they are losing.
Yeah, and keep an eye on Knight. He has the Fate Sealed ready, and he might have just found his angle. And the Fate Sealed is gonna completely whip everyone going in as the between worlds is popping. Dr. Me is gonna be popped. Clavius popping this stuff.
There's too much damage.
Is gonna be down, and Knight is just too damn strong. Knight is going to tear through your whole team. Call them your nightmares. This series is over. Viega leaving the game early, and there's nothing you can do for the side of Ceuta. Goodbye and good night.
Yeah, big problems here on the side for a red team. They had the early draft. They should have tried to find spots to succeed on, but they were not trying. They were trying to play it slow and steady, but it's not what you want to do with those champions. Renekton will fall off a cliff in this game. No one can play, no one can step up. Vayne is your only damage, and she is not able to hit anyone with Ryze and Yon on the other team.
Yeah, a great job by ROSWILD Green with that draft. Oh my. And going into playoffs, I mean, definitely some takeaways for Ceuta. I mean, I know that this went to 3, but they got dominated for 3 games. I think game 1 was more ROSWILD Green not making smart decisions. And Knight, holy, I mean, we knew the man was good, but the man was on demon time in this series. Oh my God. Definitely going to be one of the scariest players going into playoffs. And for everything, we are not going to have an interview tonight, maybe. We're going to see if we can get an interview, but we may not. But what a performance from ROSWILD Green. And if you just clean up your finishes, then, I mean, this series is 3-0 in a best of 5. Like, very curious to see maybe what they have to say about that. For the side of Ceuta, you're still in playoffs. You're still secured. You're the number 5 seed guaranteed, but I mean, this was not a good look. This is not how you want to come out and play, especially when there's a very real shot you're running into ROSWILD Green going into playoffs. And yeah, for Ceuta, you got to go back to the drawing board and figure it out. Again, maybe they were testing out some champions this series. In a game that doesn't matter for anything for you, definitely a good time to check it out. But it's just, yeah. I mean, this wasn't even close. I mean, Potato, if you're Chieta, what do you even have to say about that? You kind of got mollywopped for 3 games, and now you got to go into playoffs knowing that's your last performance. Like, what do you even tell your team to maybe calm them down after that?
Well, I think a good thing to do here is that you just look back onto these games, look back on draft, like what are the things you want to achieve, talk about the things you want to achieve. Like they were waiting in the bush for the lane swap, so to see where Yon is going, but then it doesn't make sense what items they were going for, because you want to go to Doran's Blade if you want to win the lane. So that doesn't really make sense. And then they kept the lanes how they were. Even when you are having the opportunities with the Aurora early wave clear compared to the Yon, to get back into the wave clear to the wave states and you can swap still. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then game 1 was definitely something. I mean, for ROSWILD Green, the only asterisk on this series, I'd say, but definitely one that needs to be addressed because they were not playing together as a team. But that'll be it for us on the desk here today. But before we go, let's go over some of the playoff scenarios now. Keep in mind, if we have a standings list to bring up, that would be great, producer. But Observant Force are out of playoffs. They unfortunately will be watching from the couch. And for Karmadillos, they have one more game against Dynamo New Dawn. And if Karmadillos win, they're into playoffs. And they are the 6th seed. If Karmadillos lose against Dynamo New Dawn, then Lobster Spicy have made playoffs. And for Lobster Spicy, you can only hope and pray. For Karmadillos, you got the toughest part done. Obviously, Observant Force, a stronger team than Dynamo New Dawn, but still, Dynamo New Dawn are nothing to scoff at. So, your fate is in your hands, and it is up to you whether or not you make playoffs. But for now, that'll be officially it from us here on the desk. I was your caster, Shadow Dweller, and my co-caster, Potato Jesus. Potato, any closing thoughts for the night?
Well, we will see how they will play out the next games when they meet again in playoffs. If they meet again in playoffs after having such games, having the first one being such a big struggle. ROSWILD was able to come back, and through all 3 games, Ceuta was just struggling. So we will see.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be, and so some bounce back needed from Ceuta, and obviously playoffs are a completely different vibe. Again, this series didn't matter too much for either of these teams, so maybe they were taking it a little lighter, especially Ceuta. But when you get to playoffs, it is a different energy, a different atmosphere. Pressure makes diamonds, and maybe it'll create the next superstars for the league. But that'll be it for all of us here on the broadcast. Shout out to our producer Yannick, shout out to the owner Ami, and shout out to my co-caster Potato. Thank you so much everyone for being here, and have a great night.